Hey everyone, welcome to the stream. How is everyone doing? It is wonderful to have you all here. Welcome to the stream, 1337 Artemis. Welcome to the stream, Middle Earth Marxist. Welcome to the stream, Ninny161. Hello, hi. Valerie Valkyrie. Welcome to the stream. B-Rat, Artist Synth, Ro the Fair Thing Lion. B-Rat again. Catgirl Steph. Morgana Triple X, welcome to the stream. Wendy Pixel Curatrix, welcome to the stream. Hi everyone. Hello, hi. Weirdo Boss says hi, meow, meow, nya, nya, etc. Hi, meow, meow, nya, nya, etc. Okay, and welcome back to the VOD viewers, my beloved VOD viewers. It's so wonderful to have you back. You know how much I've missed interacting with you. And if you don't know, I'm so sorry that you don't know that, but I have been afflicted by not interacting with my beloved VOD crew. I've been stuck here with the hogs in video game hell for 2 weeks. I've actually been having a nice time, and I'm sure the VOD viewers know that because the video game streams still have VODs, of course. But I haven't been chatting with the VOD commenters. Today I'm going to actually look at the comment section from my video, which just came out today. We'll get to that in a second. Hello and welcome to Million Peaches. Lovely to have you here. Hello, Princess Beck Knight 666. Wonderful to have you here. Look, I'm all red today. I think I had like an accidentally festive outfit a little while ago. Today I was just like, red is my power color. Let's go. Normally pink is of course my power color. Today I was just feeling very fiery. So I had a new video come out, and it's about trans organizing. I would love to chat as much as anyone has anything to say today about trans organizing. Just anytime, anywhere in the stream. Hit me with those trans organizing takes. I am here to chat about them. We will talk a little bit about the video. We're going to look at some comments from the video. And I'm doing that in a liberal slop stream because I make liberal slop. No, because of course the answer is organizing. And, you know, the thing that liberal slop exists to stop us doing is organizing. And so I feel like bringing things back around to my work where possible, especially when I'm talking about organizing, is worthwhile. The liberals sure are sloppiest this time of year, says Middle Earth Marxist. It's true. January produces a sloppier form of liberalism than usual. They ripen throughout the winter. Valerie Valkyrie says, I'm good. Was at member defense training for my tenants union yesterday. That's really, really cool. What tenants union are you with, if you don't mind me asking? Of course, it's a very like locality thing, so if you don't want to say, I understand. It's very like, you know. Volpix989, and pay attention to this one, everyone, says, VOD viewers, more like God viewers. Whoa. Whoa, I didn't even say it. So, what is the agenda? I'm calling to order the stream. First agenda item is that we're gonna read some comments from the new video and chat about the new video. If people aren't aware of it, I will link it just now in the chat, and I will also link it below the VOD so that people definitely go watch it. The point of this video, as I said, is about trans organizing, specifically for the UK. I live in the UK, unfortunately. I really wish I didn't, especially recently. There it is in the chat. It'll also be in the VOD description. So, you know, I have thoughts about how trans people should organize in America. It's just I think that my American friends and comrades have better thoughts about that. Like when I talk to girlies there, they're doing a lot of the same stuff, and a lot of the time I'll be like, here's this thing I'm working on to do with trans people, and like someone will be like, oh shit, I'm gonna do that exact thing, because we are ultimately in quite similar situations. So what was I saying? It's about how trans people in the UK should organize. I think that trans people in the UK need to pursue the construction of harm reduction community structures, and need to create assemblies. So I've said all of this in the video already, so you should just watch the video. I was actually considering watching my own video back on stream, the absolute height of of AGP narcissism. But I decided to just link it instead. But I think that, like, especially for people in the chat who have seen it, but also people who haven't seen it, have no idea what I'm talking about, like, you can hit me with questions continually, as I say, and I'm not going to get tired of talking about it. It's a topic I'm very passionate about. I say I'm not going to get tired of talking about it. I am going to be really glad to have finished this project and be moving on after this stream, because for now, the main thing I hope is that people just go and organize in the ways that I've suggested. Ro the Fair Thing Lion says, I mean, that's just a premiere, innit? I think it's something else, because being here, hang on. Wait, no, I'll show you. It's not just being here, it's, wait a second. It's being down here. Look at this. Blah, blah, blah. It's being physically here with big Sophie up here. That's too much. Them titties, though. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, some of you do. Commentary track version says B-Rat. I like it. But no, I'm just here to chat. If anyone... I'm seeing double 4 Sophies, says Valerie Valkyrie, the absolute classic. Harm reduction structures, as I say in the video, the basic idea is that human beings, are going to do risky things, and we can't just tell them not to. This logic comes from organizing with drug users, and especially homeless drug users. Can't just tell them not to. We have to help them to be protected from the harm, reduce the harm. And, you know, the more you think about it, the more you can apply this to just more and more situations where people are experiencing precarity. You know, if people are familiar with Engels' theory of social murder, the idea is that society just, like, lets people down and lets people down and lets people down. Or similarly, it might have been Ruth Wilson Gilmore, but I know it's certainly abolitionists who've advanced the idea of, like, societal abandonment. I've forgotten the exact term right this second, because there are 2 terms and I can only ever remember one of them. But there is this, like, total abandonment that society does of some people who it views as surplus under capitalism. And then in the book Health Communism, the people from the Death Panel podcast have recently been talking about the idea of extractive abandonment, right? The idea that in creating a class who are useless to capitalism, the process of declaring them unfit can itself be labor that capital profits from. And this is extractive abandonment, right? Which is kind of a more comprehensive analysis of the same phenomenon. But that precarious, like, fringe to capitalist society could instead be the sort of hub, center of, like, people we are organizing around. The surplus population could be our core population in our, like, focus of, like, what political battles we are taking and what we're trying to achieve. And I think that harm reduction organizing really, like, fucks with that. Like, the ways that people end up dying in societies where they are socially murdered. Here I don't mean murdering their social life. My friend Sarah Zedek put it to me like this, that she'd seen a lot of people abusing this term, really, really messing it up. And it does not just mean murdering your social life. And I appreciated that. But, like, socially murdered as in, like, the people who die who otherwise wouldn't have if they had the full access to society that they should be afforded under capitalism, but they are marginalized away from it. The things that kill people, right? Like, overdoses is a classic example to get back to, like, drug organizing. And so it's like precarity and risky activities in society, like things that carry risk, and that has to include also being kinds of people in ways that you can't help, right? Like being homeless and interacting with the police, like, is a risky activity, but it's not really your choice. Yeah. So I think that trans people fit in there like 110%, and not just because we're trans. Like someone who works at Google and is like a white trans woman who like was, is born in the UK or America, or whatever, very imperial core, comfortable salary, all this stuff. Like these legislative changes might have an effect on her life, but this doesn't put her like directly in harm's way immediately, in the same way as it does for people who, depend on people who might be, acting in bigoted ways towards them, and might be emboldened to be harmful towards them. The other one is, and I know I'm just repeating myself from the video here, but I just wanted to like share my thoughts that are kind of like a little bit circumscribing the video. Like there are some things that I always think of in the process of writing that are just like floating over here or floating over here, and then when I'm putting the puzzle pieces together, it's like, oh, I don't have room for those anymore. So now that's why I'm being incredibly rambly now. I'll divert to chat so that I'm not just rambling and rambling. Weirdo of Oz says, trans people are clearly part of the group of people on the fringe of society, as much as some of us want to pretend otherwise. Yes, I think this is really vital to understand, is that people who are overly invested in trying to present a respectable trans person to the mainstream and tell the mainstream we're normal, we're not that strange, or whatever, they present this kind of approach as like normalizing transness and making us safer this way. It's not that I think it's an inherently terrible approach. Like I'm not making like a moral claim of like, revolution, not assimilation, kind of like, I think that people who want us to be more integrated with cis society, I think there's an angle that we need to approach that from, and that's the assembly. That's part of the assemblies thing I'm saying. But I think that what do I think? I don't think anything. Fuck's sake. Oh my god. I think that often people who are very successfully integrating themselves in are helping to reinforce the division between the acceptable and unacceptable trans person, in some of their explicit statements and actions, but often just like an implicit nature of building the image of the good ones. Yeah. Yes, two great comments in chat now. Sundry Clown Car 295 says, you want me to integrate with society. I say, give me a society worth integrating with. I like that a lot. I see it's in quotes. Do you know who that's a quote from? I might have heard that before, I'm not sure. Nadia Yvette says, it hasn't worked. Yes, this is the thing I was going to say. It's not that I necessarily think it's like an inherently flawed politic or whatever, not necessarily, like we could get into it, but like it's that we are now at a place where we are not acceptable, where we are legislated against, where the population is extremely divided in their positions on us, and that means that we need to accept that we are unacceptable to the people who hate us, and we need to Trans Foxgirl 1312, thank you so much for subscribe. Oh, I see. Hang on. Catgirl Steph. This is Animal Girl Solidarity. We've got Catgirl Steph has gifted a sub to Trans Foxgirl 1312. Sundry Clowncar says, it wasn't a quote, they were editorializing what I was saying and putting words in my mouth. Sorry. You don't have to be sorry. I liked it. I think it was I don't like the act of people putting words in my mouth. Historically, it's been very shitty. But that was good editorializing. I think you summed up what I was getting at very well. I've just remembered something. I'm so scatterbrained now. And I think like part of it might be being a stoner for many years, allegedly many years ago and no longer. But I think that like during my hiatus, being super offline also like made me less able to access the like streamer. Someone once described this as streamer consciousness, and I like that a lot. Like tying my stuff together well and speaking continuously. Maybe it's just a muscle that I need to like work out again by streaming more. I think it's also like stress. I think it's also like stress and mourning. Like when you go through some heavy shit, like it can be very dissociative in a way that creates something that's very like brain scattery, in my opinion. Anyway, I just remembered, and I will get back to the point that I was making a second ago, but I just remembered that they added a go live feature to Blue Sky, and everyone's been making fun of it. However, this is handy, and I should have actually put it in my Blue Sky bio before starting the stream. So I'm just quickly doing that, and then we might get some Blue Sky people. Which, you know, we'll find out whether that's a good time or a bad time. I broadly think Blue Sky is stinky. Go live for? Oh wow, it has a time that you go live for. I guess it's been half an hour now. Let's say 3.5 hours. Go. All right then. Right. Done. We're live on Blue Sky. We'll find out what that means throughout the stream, I guess. Returning to the point, which I can do, I promise. We must accept that we are unacceptable to some of the population, that project has been built, and a whole bunch of people who just don't know us will be talking crazy shit about us and existing in a reality where trans people are this like bizarre cartoonish thing. But another big part of the population are somewhere between just kind of fine and chill with us and actively really, really supportive. And suddenly we come back around on assemblies. I think that we have a ton of allies, and they do not receive clear messaging from us about what it is they need to do to help us. And I think the biggest issue that leads to that is that we don't internally agree on what it is cis people can do to help us, or for that matter, how to help ourselves. So I've made the video. I've put like a template agenda in there, just suggesting how someone could run an assembly, a template like organizing structure for how someone could run assemblies, made various suggestions around them. And I think that if we could do that, if we can make small local assemblies happen, and then we can link them up into regional assemblies, and then, you know, hopefully a national assembly, that would make an enormous difference in terms of the trans liberation movement in the UK. Morgana says, so a trans Soviet? Yes. Like literally, absolutely yes. It's trans councils. That's the idea. Like it's fully like we just start at the smallest level and just have little meetings, talk about what we can do at our level, and then if there are more small level ones, they can get together and make a big one, and then we can all do a bunch of stuff. But if people want the structure of that to be different, that's fine too. Like this is part of what I'm saying. Both the like agenda and the structure can be different, like if people make the meetings happen. I've put this out here as a resource that I hope people will find helpful, and I hope people will like take and just do some fucking meetings, because people, like, we need it desperately for there to be something. And I think specifically the somethings should be harm reduction and assemblies. So that's the take. Row the Fair Thing Lion says, Blue Sky people or bleeple? Got him. Nadia Yvette says, the Christo-fascists point at a pic of a perfectly passable supermodel trans woman and say, that's a guy, then go on about the kinds of Bronze Age punishments from the Bible they think should be done to them. The pick-me strategy has driven at top speed into a ditch. Yes, I think that... I think it's the absence of a material structure building for trans people and our politics and our rights. Like, yeah. So, just going to take us to look at a couple of comments. We'll chat about this a little bit more, and then we will look at some... Oh, and I haven't introduced what the stream is going to be today after this section. Okay, so after this, we are doing a geopolitics special. There is a lot of shit happening around the world to do with America, if people haven't noticed. So we're going to be looking at op-ed, SLOP-ED. I came up with this today. I've been doing liberal slop streams for like 4 years with a 2-year break, and I just came up with SLOP-ED now. So embarrassing. Anyway, we're going to be looking at the liberal slop publications' takes on Iran and Venezuela, and they're bad. So lastly, before we properly dive into the content of the meeting, that's what I was going to say. If you're enjoying the stream, and if you find yourself suddenly, thank you, Sam outside. Thank you. If you find yourself suddenly stricken with enjoying the stream at any time, even if it's just a little tickle, just a little hee hoo ha, or it's a what she said there really made me think. Consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe, like Sam outside just did, or cheer, or donate directly using command TIP. That's !TIP. Here it is in chat. As you can see down here, why do I do this so much? It just really amuses me. We have a goal today. If we get past 300, after we've finished the liberal slop articles, we'll play some Katamari Damacy. But we will not curtail the liberal slop, because I know you all love the slop. But that's the goal today, is £300 to help me pay my bills and eat. So, we're going to look at some comments now, and then we're going to get into the slop. So, here's some... I'll filter it to be on the video itself, the actual specific comments of the video. Okay, here we go. Now how's this looking? I might have to put the stuff up to here, right? So immediately we're recognizing some of the solidarity between trans people and disabled people. I think this is an interesting and important point to repeatedly come back to. Disabled people are treated as surplus population. Trans people are treated as surplus population as well. Even if you were the absolutely mythical Sundry Clown Car 295, thank you so much for donating £5 and saying the slop must flow. It's true, the slop must flow, and whoever controls the slop controls Ezra Klein's marriage. No. But imagine. Yes, recognizing the solidarity of disabled people and trans people, I think, is really important. I've heard some legal arguments to do with like legal rights framework that trans people could, argue for stronger legal protections basically by like through the argument that they are a class of disabled people. I think that on the moral and political and like solidarity axes of trans liberation, I don't so much think that it's like trans people are disabled by society, the social model of disability. I think it's more that we should see how much we're treated as the same by the existing system. So we are excluded and recategorized in ways that do disable us. So this is a thing as well. Like, a lot of trans people have physical disabilities, and some of them have relations to the ways that trans people are very often neurotypical, because there's some overlap between neurodivergent, the opposite, because there's some overlap between neurodivergence and some physical conditions, but also like some are caused by how much trans people are like shut out of society. Like, if you could just go change gender and just live your life right away. A lot of trans people would be like a lot healthier because they'd be outside more, doing stuff, doing their job, affording to eat nice food and all the stuff that makes you like able to be healthier under capitalism. But trans people are extremely unemployable and forced to stay inside a ton. So the comment says, unfortunately this applies to the able-bodied too. I never shut up about it. Disabled people, at least on Turtle Island, are relegated to legislated poverty and hated for it. Then when I try to express myself, I'm shoving my lifestyle down their throats. It's like every single facet, I suppose, of my existence is hated by a significant majority. I don't know, it just feels fucking pointless. I think that's very relatable to a lot of trans people. Like, it does feel very pointless, the amount that we are hated and terrorized by the mainstream, basically. This one, I wanted to kind of answer this question. I don't know if this person will ever see this because they're on the main channel. I don't know if they know about the stream channel. But Takewalker says, if the movement is supposed to be invisible to the government, doesn't that mean we shouldn't be talking about it online? And if we don't, how does someone find the organizing if they don't know anyone in their community? I've been struggling with this idea a lot. Every single time I hear that organizing is the one and only solution to all the problems currently plaguing our world, I'm afraid of people. I don't know anyone. I don't know any channels to learn news through. I have no organizing skills and can't convince anyone of anything because I just don't work that way. Or to put it another way, are neurodivergent people of any use to activism? I can only speak for myself, but I've tried and failed both to find community and to get organized. I just am not built for this, and I fear I'm not going to make it. It's a very powerful comment. I've seen a lot of people express very similar sentiments a lot of times. I think some people in chat, I know that some people coming to Red Planet asking questions have struck similar kind of notes. And I think that, like, I'll also write up a response so that, like, I am actually directly responding. But I wanted to bring this up to the stream first because, like, firstly, there's a discussion to be had here of what I've said about the Disappearing Act, as I call it, in the video. Do people know what I'm talking about, firstly? Because I reference this in a couple of my main channel videos now, and I hope that people will know, but if you don't, I'll explain. The Disappearing Act, or I've said it's the same as, or very similar to, Margaret Killjoy has an article called The Demiground. So, the Margaret Killjoy piece is called Welcome to the Into the Demiground, rather. And the point of it is that we have a conception of, like, the above ground and the underground, and the reality is not that anyone typically lives entirely in the underground, like invisible to the system, off the grid or whatever, but instead people learn how to switch between visible and less visible or invisible spaces that are illegible to the state in some way, and so on. I call it the Disappearing Act primarily because I think people are quite explicitly seeking to disappear from legibility or visibility by the state a lot of the time, and build such spaces, and also seek them out to that aim, to that end, rather. I think that, like, thinking too much of it as about, like, an invisible set of spaces or invisible structure puts stress ideologically in kind of the wrong place, but I don't know if I'm expressing myself well there at all. I think that we need, like, spaces where, for example, like, trans women of color can be sure to be safe, you know, comfortable enough, like, able to survive, and also, like, definitely they wouldn't be, like, seen by, I don't know, like, the police in America right now, and again, like, I don't know how much Britain is just going to become like America if reform wins the next election. Like, the police in America right now, ICE in particular, are, like, just snatching people. Like, they're launching invasions, and then they're, like, snatching people, and I think there's a widespread kind of awareness that people can get disappeared. I think that, like, imagine, for example, a trans woman from from outside the UK, and she's here and she has a precarious immigration status, and she's a trans woman of color. Like, she could be at some risk if we had very racist immigration policing, similar to what the US has right now, and she would be in massively heightened risk if immigration enforcement came after her. So her ability to live a life while also not being proximate to that kind of threat, like, that's very important. And that's a thing that, like, community should work to build. So chat is now talking about a clown car full of clowns that is having a meeting about shoving potatoes in the Hitler car's exhaust pipe. And I thought I should share that so that anyone who's just listening, and also the VOD viewers, get to know. Okay, so the Disappearing Act. And then, so I think that, like, I don't necessarily think that structures like the ones I've been talking about in the video, harm reduction structures or assemblies, should be seeking to be, like, permanently invisible to the mainstream. I think that they should aim to aid with the, like, ability for people who need to not be visible or legible to the state to be able to do that. But I think that there are two things, right? There's, like, extreme marginalization, where you need to be able to basically hide from the mainstream that is becoming more and more hostile to you. And there is, like, revolutionary activity. Like, the other thing that's important in spaces that are not seen to a system that you are seeking to deeply change, or in some sense, like, overthrow and overturn, is that, like, they can't see you planning to do that. That's important. So if you're thinking about effectively a trans liberation revolution, a trans rights revolution, as it were, like, you need some degree of credible security to your operation. So, getting back to the original comment, this stuff I'm saying in the video, harm reduction, organizing, and assemblies, don't need to be, like, super hidden and invisible. They need a proportionate amount of OPSEC, but they don't need to be, like, completely hidden all the time. And this person has said, how can I find any of them if they all need to be super invisible? That was my first thought. Like, they don't super need to be super invisible. But then they go on to say that they're neurodivergent, they don't feel like they have good people skills, and they don't feel like they can convince anyone of anything, and therefore they don't feel like they have any good organizing skills. And this is where I wanted to bring it back up and say, like, I know there are some people who feel this way. I know, again, like, some people in chat have expressed this before, some people in Red Planet have expressed this before. It's okay to admit if you feel like you don't have these kinds of skills. Almost every single time I talk with anyone individually, we find that their view of what these skills are is narrow. Because the truth is that every kind of person is needed in organizing. Especially something as broad as a hopeful, like, cultural change that, like, leads to general transgender liberation. That's something that needs a lot of different kinds of approaches. So this person, Take Walker, has said, I can't convince anyone of anything. And the thing is that, like, most people don't need to convince anyone of anything in organizing. You might need to know how to relate to people, like, like, talk and find common ground, so that you can, like, offer what an organization has to offer to someone to bring them in. I'm thinking of tenants unions here. Like, I'm thinking about the people, sorry, I'm getting over my skis. And the thing here is, the word is outreach. I think Take Walker is imagining, like, outreach in some kind of organizing space, and, like, talking to members of the public who don't currently have the same view as you and getting them on board. And that's, like, part of the, a core part of the organizing. I don't think that it has to be for most people, especially when we're saying that like the cultural battle over trans people is one we have to be like surviving right now rather than fighting and winning. Like we we will win, but we will not win on this ground, like pushing for something like what was there before, like a liberal trans acceptance. We have to make trans people safe and help to build a bigger revolutionary project and build like the revolutionary society, the world in which trans people are safe, the world in which people live by the values that like leftists espouse. We have to build that by practicing it and living in it. And that's so many things, right? That's the wonderful thing about that. Like, I can't recommend enough that everyone learn to cook, right? Like, learn to cook a nice variety of things and learn how to cook them in really large quantities. Then, if you need something to do for the organizing meeting, you can provide people with food. You can be one of several people providing people with food. You could do the dishes. You could be the person who asks everyone if they have any dietary requirements so that nobody cooks something that's gonna like give someone with a peanut allergy a fucking anaphylactic shock. You could write down the minutes of a meeting. Like, minutes, if people don't know, is just what people say, so that there's a record of it. There are like a million things that people find quite boring a lot of the time, and so people who are like there in practice don't want to do. But honestly, like, also everyone who's involved in the long term knows that the people who like go and seek out this like boring work to do are absolute heroes in organizations. Like, you make organizing possible when you go in like being like, I want to do the boring stuff. I've got a friend who's like got a fantastic brain for organizing because she loves systems, she loves games, and she's been getting experience for a long time doing the mundane stuff in the org that she's in, and she's reached a level of like time there and experience there, and also like taking positions in the org, that she's like had enough of a view of the system of it that she's like, oh, I think we can change things in this way and this way and this way and this way and this way. And now she's like working on like database stuff for the org, which is like sorely needed because it's the kind of org that works with a lot of members who have a lot of details that need like, you know, it's useful for the org to be able to like know who to contact and who to mobilize in what ways for what stuff. And no one wants to do it. No one wants to do that. Databases, you know, like, but she does, and that's fantastic, and that's really good for the org and good for her. Right, other comments. This one I quite liked. So, oh, sorry. This is a little bit of a problem I've had. I've had this user, Random Warehouse 4702, who is telling absolutely everyone to get armed in America right now. And it's not like I disagree with that. Like, if I was in America right now, I'd probably get a gun. Things are pretty fucking scary. But they've commented it. They've replied to loads of other people's comments with that same thing, which is a little rude. Nadia Yvette says, are there any orgs maybe different from Trans Rescue that do something similar but don't completely dismiss the obviously ongoing fascist takeover of basically the whole West? Trans Rescue is the one that gets people out of poorer countries where there are very, like, I think I've seen stuff with Trans Rescue from, I want to say Uganda? I'm not sure. I could be remembering the wrong org, if you could clarify. But when you say doing something similar but don't dismiss it, like, do we mean acknowledging that there are safer countries to go to than the US and UK and trying to get people there? Or do you mean like getting people out of the US and UK? I think that, like, part of the issue there is that like immigration costs are very high, and so when people in the Anglosphere want to move to a safer country, they generally can do GoFundMe. Like there's generally more wealth around for them to be able to do it, compared to people, say, in Africa. But like, if we're talking about like just acknowledging it, I mean, I don't know other, like there was Rainbow Railroad a few years ago. I don't know if they're still active. I don't know totally. I think that like I've been really appreciating a lot recently, like talking to friends and comrades I have just across the channel, like just how much trans people in Europe and queer people around Europe are just able to just like hop across different countries. Like the freedom of movement always felt very abstract my whole life, and now it's at a point where I really fucking hate my country, and I'm just like, it would be so cool to just be able to be in France and then pop to Germany for a little bit, and then I don't know, Denmark, or they're all freaking out right now, but like all around the place. Nadia Yvette says, I've had bad experiences with people from Trans Rescue. I remember Rainbow Railroad and have no way of telling where on earth they've gone. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with all that. I don't have a large amount of experience with trans like orgs for helping queer people flee their country of origin. I think that these things will become more and more prominent, but I guess my focus as someone who's in the UK and probably is going to be for the foreseeable is has been on like how do we try and change things for trans people here. And I think that like that itself is a difficult thing, because like I think that if there was something like what America is probably going to look like in not very long regarding trans people, like I think that I don't know, like I think there's a danger that things get seriously worse for a lot of trans Americans, and if it were like that here, there's definitely a point at which I would want to get out of here, and probably could, because of friends in Europe who I could stay with. But like I think it's at that point that my own focus in organizing would want to change to like trying to help other people get out. So this commenter, sorry, we're reading this one. So this commenter says, just want to vent as a Muslim how much these Brit elites want both Muslims and trans people to just not exist. How for the 25 years since 9/11, they've demonized both of us, stressing their hate in logic and reason. I'm not just talking about the Rowlings or Linahans, but also the Dawkins, etc. It needs to be mentioned that most TERFs in the UK are non-religious, if not anti-theists, but somehow extend their unbelief to justify why trans people shouldn't exist as much as Muslims or any other brown people. Also, Muslims and trans communities shouldn't be fighting each other over petty shit. That's what the UK elites want. Absolutely 100%. Ding, 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 ding. We've got it. That's what the UK elites want. We shouldn't let the more conservative hardliners nor the liberal/centrists control our autonomy. Neither of these people have the right to say we're not people. In this contentious time when Palestine and Iran are fighting for their freedom, trans people are fighting for their existence, both causes can come together to fight against the common thread of fascism. Great comment, I think. I think that it's worth acknowledging both that there are some very conservative Muslims who are really reactionary. There are also some white trans people who are very, very, very racist. Both groups of people have some amount of work they could do to, have better solidarity with each other. But also that I think that like a ton of the time, trans people and Muslims are in community just great and are having a great time being in community together. I think that it's very unfortunate that in the case of your party, which is kind of what this all is implicitly alluding to, someone claimed to speak for Muslims by being a transphobe, and that really sucks. And like, creates a tension that doesn't necessarily have to exist in that way. Quite similar to when Kanye had his really, really big meltdown, and I made a video about it, and he was being, he was saying he loves Hitler and all this shit. That prompted a whole bunch of people to have like takes about like black people and Jewish people, and if there was like a black anti-Semitism that was like a big thing or whatever. And it's just like, I talked about it in the video, you can see the video, but like any extant forces there are getting unfairly amplified by someone of note having just a dog shit time, just like a bad mental health time, and a bad takes time, and a bad, just a bad. Okay, that's it for comments. I think we're going to look at some slop. I think it's time for some slop. Okay, everyone, I've had a £5 dono so far. I would love to hit 3,000. I would love to hit £3,000. I'd love to hit £300 by the end of the stream today. I've been going for nearly an hour so far, and I'm doing a job right now, and hopefully entertaining people. But we're gonna get into the slop now. So this is the real shit. If you find yourself enjoying the stream, even by accident, please consider paying for the stream. And we want to try and hit £300 today. Okay. Let's look at some. Shall we do Iran takes or Venezuela takes first? This is a. I think I have one Venezuela take that really blew me away. I want to check in on the boy today. Ezra Klein has been doing a little bit of podcasting recently that I think is somewhat interesting. But there's only one Venezuela like article that really really made me go, holy shit, that's got to be on the Liberal Slop stream. Sorry, I'm just putting the thing into the archive site. But we'll definitely also check in on Ezra Klein. So I think let's just dive in to this Venezuela take from Peter Coy. Okay, let's see it. Okay. Big Oil's complicated calculus for investing in Venezuela. The industry has long prioritized projects with quick and reliable payback. Trump is pushing for a return to risk, by Peter Coy. Okay. I'll probably be inclined to keep Exxon out, President Trump told reporters on Sunday. I didn't like their response. They're playing too cute. Trump, who was promised that US oil companies would spend $100 billion in Venezuela after the ouster of President Nicolas Maduro, was referring to comments made by Darren Woods, the ExxonMobil, I always do this, ExxonMobil chief executive, at a White House event this month in which he called Venezuela uninvestable. The exchange reflects a fundamental disagreement between the US oil industry and the president, one that won't easily be resolved. Trump wants low prices. The leaders of the oil majors want higher oil prices. He wants them to invest heavily. They're all about economizing on investment and cutting risk while rewarding shareholders with dividends and share repurchases. All shocking so far. No, all very normal so far. Nadia Yvette saying, I don't think I've tolerated Ezra Klein's rubbish for anything more than a sub 10-second clip of Ta-Nehisi Coates humiliating him. Yes, this is, in the time since that, he is grappling with his purpose in life and in the world. And I think it's an interesting time. He doesn't have good takes, but we're gonna go check them out. Right. Now the two sides are at an impasse. Trump will either create incentives for oil companies to invest in Venezuela or punish them for holding out, and the conflicting priorities will inform what happens next. We're not going to aggressively put lots of extra barrels into an oversupplied market. Vicky Holub, the chief executive of Occidental Petroleum. Holy shit, Occidental Petroleum? What the fuck? That's a nightmare. Told securities analysts on an earnings call in November, well before the White House meeting with oil executives on January 9th. Oh, sorry, bullshit on my phone. Too distractible, as I've said. Mike Wirth, the chief executive of Chevron, bragged on a November earnings call that the company had gotten good at eliminating marginal investment projects. Quote, "We're killing things earlier," he said. Oil executives seem to not only be balking at the risk of having assets nationalized, but also expressing a view that has become standard across the sector. Big new projects... sorry, I lost my place. I know that was very immediate. I clicked open a window and I shouldn't have. Big new projects have to survive intense scrutiny. Venezuela's tar-like oil has to be diluted to flow through a pipeline. It has to be upgraded locally before it even gets to a refinery. That's a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. For most of the past 15 years, Big Oil was focused on projects such as drilling for North American shale oil that have a quick and predictable payback, even though their production drops off steeply after the first year. To some extent, the company has deprioritized projects such as those in offshore oil or heavy crude deposits like in Venezuela's that keep producing at low cost for 10 to 20 years but require more upfront investment to bring online. To some extent, the emphasis here should have been the company's deprioritized projects such as those in offshore oil or heavy crude that keep producing low cost for a long time but require more upfront investment. So a lot of oil came from fields that were low in risk but relatively high in cost. According to Rystad Energy, a company in 2024, a research company, in 2024, North American shale had a break-even cost of $45 a barrel. That was expensive compared to offshore deepwater, $43, offshore shelf, $37, and onshore Middle East, $27. Okay, I'll take a pause at this point. We've got nothing far enough into the article for you all to be able to properly appreciate what's going on here. Yes, we really are going for a kind of frank discussion of whether it's a good investment for American oil companies to come in and take Venezuela's oil. And yes, at this point it seems like it's just buying the oil rather than the kind of initial claim of just fully taking it. But there are two important economic factors here. One is that Venezuela, after years and years and years of blockades, was starting to use Chinese yuan to trade oil, which threatens the dominance of the dollar. If people don't understand the idea of other people using your currency, it's very important in terms of material control, because you have some ability of some surprising amount of control actually of anyone who's just using your currency to trade in any way. If you can standardize that things must be traded in your currency, even trades that aren't happening with you, you can control them. You can have an ability to say this sounds insane to be describing, but it's a real thing that's happened before, where world economic powers that are American imperialist organs have insisted upon reversing trades that take place in dollars in oil that they don't like. So although it looks like we're coming out of the mess in Venezuela, with Venezuelan oil not just being seized or whatever, because Venezuela hasn't been occupied, the fact of them trading in dollars would be turning back a way in which America had been recently weakened, because de-dollarization is a growing trend. They're not going to be able to turn it back enough, is the thing. They're really not going to be able to turn it back enough to properly protect American power. But this is part of the aim, I think, in Venezuela. Roe the Fair Thing Lion says, I dare say US Americans have gotten really comfy with the idea that the dollar is a neutral way to trade globally. Yes, absolutely. 110%, yeah. There was recently an interesting piece that was discussing the possibility of the euro as the global reserve currency, basically like, what if the neutral way to trade was the euro instead of the dollar? And a lot of people were saying like this is not a reasonable thing to like expect or suggest or like hope that you could actually implement, because Europe doesn't have military power backing it. But like the obvious need for a change in global reserve currency comes from how absurdly unstable the dollar has been since Trump 2 started, right? And like the tariffs have a huge amount to do with that, because like the value of the dollar relates to people's overall worldwide confidence in the dollar, as well as the like material growth of the American economy. And Trump has been hurting both simultaneously with his tariffs, because they're all bugfuck insane. So people have been saying, shit, we need to have a different reserve currency. The kind of bizarre imperialist suggestion that it could be the euro, this one that, as critics have said, like, it couldn't be this because like we're not, Europe just doesn't have the military power to back it. Kind of avoids the very obvious possibility that it could be the yuan, right? Like the very real possibility that in some amount of time the global reserve currency might become the yuan, because it's already, like, when we talk about de-dollarization, there is a broader trend, which is a bunch of countries having like an individual negotiation with another country, just saying, we're just going to buy your oil and we're just going to like figure out our own direct trade to do it. But where it's most significant is where two countries, neither of whom are America, decide to trade where they previously had been trading in dollars, decide to trade in yuan instead. That's really fucking striking, right? And that's been the biggest trend in de-dollarization. So like, the most likely thing we can anticipate is that over time, de-dollarization means yuanization. Sorry, I said that really badly. Valerie Valkyrie says, forced de-dollarization fic. The world economy needs to get de-dollarized and dollified. That's what's necessary for world socialism. Okay, we're in the middle of this. So that's one economic interest that they have in this, that, you know, does not require for them to occupy and control Venezuela's sales, but like, Venezuela's oil. But we also will eternally keep falling for the same problem of thinking that Trump's moves are according to some big plan, because they're not. This is like, Trump has kicked in the door and said, go trade in Venezuela, they got all this oil, and this thing at the start where he says ExxonMobil is being too cute about it, he's basically chastising them for not seizing the opportunity immediately, and they're all basically saying, yeah, it's not that good. It's not that good, is the thing. It could be a lot better, and it's not very good. And it's bad, actually. But here is the fucking New York Times talking about, like, trying to economically assess the strength of the investment opportunity there. And that's pretty gross, you know? That's a pretty gross time. Okay, and we're down to here. Mideast, right. Pardon me. From 2014 to 2024, daily crude oil production in the United States increased 71%, while production in the rest of the world actually decreased a couple of tenths of a percent, according to data in the Statistical Review of World Energy 2025. That's changing a bit. North American shale is beginning to be tapped out. Although, the oil majors are using advanced technology to get more oil out at lower costs. Since around 2022, when Russia invaded Ukraine and oil prices spiked, the oil majors have shifted some of their interest back toward higher risk, longer payout projects in parts of the world where oil is cheapest, not North America. Exxon and Chevron have explored bidding on exploration opportunities in Libya. Oh, God. Just like, if you know about like everything that happened between Chevron and Steven Donziger, who was trying to represent like mine workers of Chevron's, just like Chevron having any kind of like opportunity for oil exploration in an African country or anywhere, but is just like scary. Okay. Last year, Chevron signed an agreement in principle to develop Iraq's vast Nasiriyah oil field and other assets. Exxon is also in discussions with Iraq. Even Iran looks interesting to big oil for the first time since the overthrow of the Shah in 1979. Well, we'll get to Iran in a little bit. If we could go in there and really be able to produce in Iran again, the sky is the limit for that country, Mike Summers, the chief executive of the American Petroleum Institute, said Tuesday on CNBC. Gross. Like, seriously gross. New York Times, what the fuck is this? But that doesn't mean the oil majors are throwing caution to the winds. Devin McDermott, an oil analyst at Morgan Stanley, said that even if sanctions were removed and oil majors were to do business with Iran, quote, they would need confidence in the stability of the regime, fiscal terms that are attractive and competitive. All of those things would need to fall into place first. Further complicating their calculations, projections of future oil demand have become more uncertain with the rise of renewables. Quote, for the first 150 years, oil has been a growth business. What's become a real question is, well, are we going to see oil demand plateau or even decline? Said Jim Burkhardt, the global head of crude oil research for S&P Global Energy. As for Venezuela, there actually is a case for the Western majors to invest. Yay, I'm so glad there's a case for them all to invest. Although its oil is heavy and sulfurous, it is abundant, well-mapped, and partly developed. Investing in Venezuela would be a way for an oil company to assure itself of a plentiful supply of crude for decades to come. But it still would be a big lift. Venezuela's production fell 64% from 2014 to 2024, indicating that bringing it up to world standards would be a long, slow process. Oil companies don't want to, quote, get out too far on the risk curve on projects, McDermott said. Trump would like oil companies to invest more to bring down the price of crude, which would in turn lower prices at the pump and possibly boost his approval ratings. Setting aside the fact that the timing is way off, projects negotiated now won't bear fruit for years. Damn, that's so strange. Imagine that. Trump... the benefits of what Trump is doing would only pay off for people beyond his current term. I wonder why he would bother doing those things then. I know I've just said he's not doing stuff according to a grand plan, but if in terms of this thing wouldn't be beneficial until after 2028, I just don't think there are going to be elections. I just don't. The president's preferences bump up against what oil executives perceive as their duty to shareholders. Amir P. Bonner, Chevron's chief financial officer, said to Wall Street analysts last year, not everything gets funded. Period. And then these are all in case you missed it bits. Okay. So, chat, what is the point of this article? What are we trying to get? Like, what are they trying to get across to us? Who is the intended target, I guess, with this would be a worthwhile question. And, like, what is, most importantly, because we always end up looking at this, what is the framing giving us in its assumptions that, implicitly propagandizes? That's, I think, a really important part of the question here. Let me know your thoughts. I think that the reason it was very striking to me, and I wanted to bring it to the stream, was just the way that we are just talking so openly about Venezuela in terms of oil that we start talking about Iran in terms of oil in the middle of the article. They're like, the oil CEOs are saying, like, this was kind of a stupid move and doesn't really get us much stuff. Now, if we were in Iran and we had all their oil, wowee. Nadia Yvette says he's not really in charge, and you're right, there aren't going to be elections in the USA. Yeah, I just really don't think there are going to be elections in the USA. I kind of like, I don't. I'm not looking to say I told you so, and I won't be infinitely like fucked up if there then are. But at the same time, like, I feel like I can't say it enough that like anyone talking about like only 3 more years of this, let's lock in everyone or whatever. I'm just like, I think America probably has this guy and this regime and like the features of American society that you're seeing rolling out now until the people revolt and build something new, like something fully new. Yeah, yeah, and that's not. I don't think that's going to be at the ballot box because he's like, at the end of his first term, he said they're going to steal the election. They're going to rig the. Sorry, it goes further, right? At the start of his first term, he said, I won the popular vote. It was the biggest margin in all of history. I had massive crowds turn out. Everyone loves me. And then accused the media of lying about it. At the end of his first term, he tried to steal the election and then said that his opponent was trying to steal the election and then tried to incite a riot to keep himself in power. Like, those are not the actions. Setting aside like deep personal reflection that I don't personally think that Trump has done. Those are not actions consistent with someone who in their second term is going to respect term limits or the natural election cycle. Anyway, this article about Venezuelan oil, I think that it's like getting into some of the technicalities of what would be a good deal for oil companies and what wouldn't. There's some parts of this that I think are clear, like they've decided to go ahead with like, yes, we are just talking openly about Venezuela as a thing. It's about oil. There are parts of this where they point at problems that, as a very kind of economic and business focused piece, there are like fascist solutions to these problems. Like, there are different solutions that we might favor that are moral solutions. Like, in all of this, by the way, so far we've barely talked about climate change. Like, the article mentioned renewables being a threat to the future oil market, which is a complicated topic. Like, it's quite complicated because of sabotage that the oil industry does to the renewables industry in various different ways. But yeah. In terms of the problems laid out, like, it's all this crude oil and it's going to need to be processed before it can be moved out of Venezuela. That's actually a call for there to be oil processing infrastructure in Venezuela right now that benefits the American oil companies and the American oil empire. And wouldn't you know, that lines up perfectly with Trump's claims that they're going to run the country and they're going to get their oil. Like, I think that Trump is, like, using force increasingly to create the world that best serves him and his interests and his vision of what America should be. And he's going to keep on doing that until someone stops him by force. And by him here, I mean his regime and his administration and his political project. Yeah, I think this all, however, ties very closely into something that our favorite slop boy, Ezra Klein, has said in his podcast talking about Venezuela. So I'm excited to get onto that as well. Chat, do we have any thoughts about the article that we just read before we move on to, what's it called? It's just called The Ezra Klein Show, okay. The episode is Venezuela, Renee Good, and Trump's assault on hope. I think I might make a cup of tea, so I might put some music on. But what I'm going to do, I've been thinking about this a little bit. I'm always saying I'm going to be 2 minutes, and then I'm 5 minutes, or I say I'm 5 minutes, and then I'm going to be 10 minutes, or I say I'm 10 minutes, and I'm 20 minutes. So what I'm going to do is just mute it, but leave the camera on here, so that I don't wander off. You know I'm not abandoning you, and I'll put some music on just for the quick time in which it takes to boil a kettle, which wouldn't be very good to listen to. Hit me with your thoughts about the article that we just read, and then we're going to have a 2-minute break, literally for the length of making a cup of tea. Roe the Fair Thing Lion says, remember when he told the Christians they'd only need to do the voting thing one more time and then they'd deal with it? Yes. Yes, I do. He's been very explicit about this. He loves the imagery of him as a king. His supporters love him being a king. They think that no one else could possibly lead America at this point. He's done a bunch of stuff in realpolitik terms that demand that he stay in power, because he's created crises that people will look to him to solve in that way. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna make a cup of tea, and let's put the same music from the start back on. I think that'll be good. Okay. Weirdo of Oz here saying now it's a watch Sophie make tea stream. Guys, you weren't chatting. No, I needed to go get some tea anyway, but like chat to me about the thing and we'll keep doing the thing. I'll need tea when I need tea. My voice gets noticeably more hoarse throughout the stream as I'm just yapping more and more. Sorry, I'm laughing because Million Peaches has put something in the chat. She just texted to me and then I was like, put it in the chat. No one's chatting. Million Peaches says, the article is whack, but in a small way, them being this blatant about the empire doing imperialism and resource extraction is at least somewhat less tiresome than the brand of 2000s to 2010s imperial liberal apologia. Yeah, I think that's worth chatting about. Like, I think that people talk a little bit about accelerationism, and often what they're pointing to is this kind of sentiment that isn't like Million Peaches in chat does not have like the power to shape political culture and like meaningfully accelerate things along. And so like if it were the 2000s, the glorious end of history, or the 2010s, the reign of liberal woke America, like, and any of us were saying like, this is fucking tiresome, it's fucking gross that America is pretending to be like a moral thing that like cares, and it would be almost better if it were doing nakedly imperialist shit rather than like bombing Syria and pretending it's for it's for the sake of morality or something. That would get pointed out as accelerationist, but I think that it's just like there's a derealizing effect we experience in liberal capitalism, where like capitalism is so deeply anti-life and anti-human. Ad break in 2 minutes. Subscribe now. Capitalism is so like deeply anti-life and anti-human that like for it to pretend to be moral in any way just creates this horrible like dissociated experience of life and politics in the imperial core. Pardon me, I'm really burpy today. It's very embarrassing. I've also got some cranberry juice, so I'm going to get redder. As red as I am now, I'm going to get redder still. I should add to this top like a little yellow hammer and sickle, and then when I wear this outfit, it'll be like I'm in the USSR like Olympic team. Million Peaches says red maxing. Absolutely, comrade. Let's get that red. The conquest of red. Here we go. Is this good for you, everyone? The splushing noise. Yeah, like freedom from that that horrible dissociative unreality of like liberal woke liberal America is its own thing, and I think that like that's something that helps people to understand what is the appeal for like extremely reactionary politics for people in the imperial core. Like I made it, well, my twin brother who has gone missing since this time made a video about Fallout New Vegas and imperialism, and how like the two sides to imperialism, where like one side says that it's bringing like freedoms and an improvement of quality of life and so on, and the other side like makes similar claims, but at the same time like is just like nakedly fascistic, like as represented by the two empires warring in Fallout New Vegas, the New California Republic and the Caesar's Legion. Like they're claiming the same set of like pair of things, but in different proportions, and in this way look quite like Democrat Republican-ish, and yeah, they're just two sides of the same coin, or the same chip. It's a Fallout New Vegas joke. transgender. Similarly to this, we've had like Hillary Clinton imperialism. Like we have literally had, America has literally had rather, Hillary Clinton as foreign secretary. She also worked with the UN to fucking bring cholera and dysentery or whatever back to Haiti. Fucking Bill Clinton bombed somewhere, like carried out like like an airstrike on somewhere to win her favor back and get her to talk to him when she was pissed with him after the Monica Lewinsky affair. Like, these people are fucking sick. And they're at the same time trying to position themselves as, like, the champions of women's rights, queer rights, multiculturalism. Just complete insanity. Oh, ad break in progress. Well, I won't tell people to subscribe now because they can't see me, the ones who need to subscribe. Sophie gets so red and steam comes out of her ears, says Volpix989. Maybe if I was drinking a spicier juice than cranberry. It's just a little tart. Middle-earth Marxist says, that sounds like Bubba. Absolutely. Azidev. Is it your first time in chat? I don't recognize your username. But you've apparently been around a little bit. Oh? Yeah, you were chatting a couple of years ago before my stream hiatus. Welcome back from ad break, people who just went on ad break. Consider subscribing, and then you won't see one. Huh? And also consider donating, because I'd really like to get more donors in. We've been streaming for an hour and a half so far, and I've received a £5 donation. I really would appreciate people donating more, because I'd really like to get to 300 before the end of the stream. Azidev, anyway, was saying, when the mask slips off and we're all talking about the spooky skeleton in the middle of the room nakedly. Yeah, I mean that's a way to look at it. Just like we can address the nature of what the thing is. I think the problem is that like the Democrat discourse, or like all of the ideas of like liberal woke America, get sublimated into, or like categorized at least into, the project of like, let's get a Democrat back in the White House, and then like that itself is still a thing that's like taking up a bunch of people's energy. And there's a crucial radicalization that some people need to go through in recognizing that this is the nature of America now. Speaking of people who need to recognize that this has always been the nature of America, this is a segue into, we're going to watch Ezra Klein, but I'm going to just read a couple more of these comments first. So Azidev says, I wish Mark Fisher was still around, analysing, understanding more necropolitics, but also not just outwardly capitulating to capitalist realism. This cyclism is artificially implicated. I think that, like, Fisher wrote capitalist realism because he was really struggling with capitalist realism. Like, I don't want to, armchair diagnose or like speculate too much on someone who killed themselves. But like a lot of his writing is very depressive, and yeah, I just think like it's very obvious that he's writing from a place that like this capture that he says people are experiencing, this capitalist realism, this capture of the imagination, that this is like, yeah, like everyone has it, must include the writer as well, right? Someone who isn't experiencing it wouldn't write that claim that everyone is trapped within this like ideological, psychological structure, right? B-Rat says, I think one difference between Democrats, liberals doing the bad thing quietly and Republicans doing the bad thing loudly is when it's not the liberals team doing the liberal work, it's possible to actually talk to some of them to admit the bad thing is happening. Let me think about that for a second. I think, yeah, I guess like, sorry. okay. I'm okay. Um, yeah, like, I guess through the lens of party politics, people are willing to, like, point at the thing being bad when it's not that guy's doing it immediately. The famous example would be, like, AOC going to the kids in cages and being so distressed by it, but it's like it was just still happening under Biden, so what do you do? But I think, like, there has to be a way of, like, making the liberal thought leaders and structure leaders like the Democrats, like, circumvent them. Sorry. Sorry, my wife is always says it's circumvent, which I think comes from a Community bit, and it just always really tickles me. There has to be a way to, like, circumvent those, like, liberal leaders, thought leaders and organizational leaders, so that they, yeah, like, so that you're building something they are, like, supplicant to, effectively. Like, you need to basically, we shouldn't be gatekeeping the movement to anyone except liberal politicians. Like, liberal politicians have to become more radical to earn any kind of endorsement from, like, revolutionary projects whatsoever. And a lot of revolutionary projects rightly just say we're never interacting with politicians. But, like, I think that the thing with the liberals, the Democrats, whatever, is that if they are willing to say the conservatives, the Republicans, Trump are doing the bad thing because they're currently not the ones in office and those guys are the ones in office, so it's easy to go look at them over there doing the bad thing, who can possibly hold them to account if you give them a vote for saying that guy's doing the bad thing and then they get in and then they just do it? This is to do with the realization that, like, the thing is going to stop when people make the thing stop. And I think there's, like, a very difficult, in many senses, like, quite scary thing across the Anglosphere right now. And, like, I think this is something super common between American and British politics right now, is that this need to address the liberals doing fash stuff and stop them from doing it is, like, one of the most serious threats to, yeah, people's survival, like the possibility of internal revolution that can stop the imperialist machine. I think that, like, what I mean by that in America is that the danger of the Democrats, like, successfully recuperating revolutionary energy into absolutely fuck all, is incredibly serious. Like, incredibly serious. If the Democrats were able to build structures to take people's energy, to turn it into a project to force there to be an election, right? No matter how extreme that got, like, if that got to genuinely, like, civil war, but, like, the army were like, there should be elections, this is what America is about, blah 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 blah, like, blah 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 blah, you know, like, all this shit, then after all of that, Ro, thank you so much for donating £2 and saying, wholesome non sequitur for everyone, recently adopted a new kitten and she's absolutely pulverizing one of my cosplay cattails right now. That's really cute. If the Democrats were able to take people's energy into, like, organizing a revolution towards just another election, and they get the Democrats in on the promise that they're going to, like, jail the people in the Epstein files and they're going to abolish ICE, but then they don't actually abolish ICE, right? They, like, you know, and all of this stuff, and, like, basically a return to business as usual and a silencing of the radical voices. That's a really serious, really serious danger, because the position that the liberals would be in, if that happened, would be a position where America on the global stage has become incredibly, like, nakedly fascist, nakedly imperialist, just taking whatever it wants. And that's become a new norm for how America operates. And you can't meaningfully throw away political technologies. And political technologies means like processes. It means things you can do, options. If the option to just kidnap another world leader and just go in a strike and like take them and then like force their country to do what you want to do, if that option is there, Democrats can invent a justification to do it. Like, they absolutely fucking can. I mean, look right now at Iran, and we're going to talk about Iran shortly, but like, look at Iran and how many people are cheering on regime change, right? And it's like, I think that the regime needs to go, probably. Like, it seems fucking bad, but they're cheering on regime change towards the Shah, which, like, no one wants the Shah. They got rid of the Shah for a reason previously, and all these Westerners are pushing the Shah. The Democrats would be entirely capable of saying, we're going to end the threat to Western ways of life by removing the Ayatollah, by removing Khomeini, and just installing the Shah, and like doing that regime change completely nakedly and doing it competently. Like, this has been one of the terrifying realities of American politics for a very long time, is they have idiot bumfuck clowns come in and do things that are completely outrageous, and people think this is a unique feature of Trump. It's not. He's an extreme version. They have people come in and do things that are completely fucking outrageous, and they do it really incompetently. Hannah Reloaded, thank you so much for raiding with a party of 82. I'm Sophie from Mars. What I do on this stream regularly is the Liberal Slop stream, where we look at liberal op-eds and just talk about what they're trying to do. At the moment, we're doing a geopolitics special. We're looking at the Atlantic, the New York Times, the Economist, and their takes on Iran and Venezuela. And we're about to watch some of the Ezra Klein show. Yay! If you enjoyed the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. Or check out my regular work, which is as a video essayist on YouTube. You can go to my Patreon, patreon.com/SophieFromMars. I actually just released a new video today, and I'm realizing, since we've got so many people with eyes on it right this second, I will just drop the link in the chat, and you can all check it out. Thank you for following Electric Brain. That's just the link to my YouTube studio homepage. That won't help anyone to see the video. Okay, there is the link to the YouTube video. Okay, we were talking about the Democrats. Okay, so I'll just wrap up this thought, and then we'll watch some of the Ezra Klein show. There is a serious danger of like the normalized state of America being that it is a naked empire now, and what it does is just invades places and makes them part of America, takes all their shit, does whatever it wants, like just whatever it wants. And that was all the whims of a cruel tyrant, and it was serving the interests of Donald Trump. But now that we have these options on the table, we can do that, and that's a thing we do. Like, that's a serious danger, is that like the Democrats, the liberals, could come in and take this like this new set of tools created by Trump, and then use it with justifications that fit like a kind of more progressive perspective, right? And that's why when talking about, you know, Iran, like, there is a lot of liberal Islamophobia that would see it as legitimate to go in. I mean, some people in the chat might already just be thinking, like, if there is a theocratic regime, yeah, like, then intervention there is justified, but this is exactly the thing, right? Like, this is exactly the thing. We were just reading an article about how oil in Iran is like an opportunity that like American oil companies are absolutely salivating over. And yeah, that would be that's what would happen. Okay, so let's go over to the Ezra Klein show. I just realized I need my headphones on if I'm going to watch anything. Okay. Incidentally, if any of the new chatters are wondering why I'm all red, I'm wondering it too. It just kind of happened today. Okay. Let's check my headphones. Cool. Let's go to the Ezra Klein show. Yay! So he has... Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. He has this like intense cold open that I'm going to pause right after, and I'd love for us all to discuss a bit, because this like really surprised me. Firstly, in the first like piece of theory he cites. So I'll let chat get their guesses in right now as to what political theory, what kind of political theory Ezra Klein is citing right now, what ideas he's bringing forward. And then on top of that, he has some analysis that he's trying to get across here, and I think it's a bad take, unsurprisingly. But it says interesting things, so we'll watch it and then we'll discuss that before we get into his main stuff here, which is, it's titled Venezuela, Renee Good, and Trump's Assault on Hope.
In the early 20th century, there was this anarchist idea about the propaganda of the deed. The propaganda of the deed was that there were these forms of direct action, and many of them violent. Assassinations, bombings, that when you did them, they were so spectacular. Everybody would hear about them, and when everybody heard about them, there would be copycats by making clear that society did not work how you thought it worked. That could rupture society itself and create the possibility.
Okay, I just had to pause even before we get into it properly. No one saw it coming. No one saw it coming that he would be citing anarchism, that he would be talking about the propaganda of the deed and direct action at the start of this podcast. What the fuck is going on? Okay, we'll carry on, because he's got like a thing he's doing, but we're gonna discuss it. Does this have captions? Yes, Catgirl Steph, it can have captions. Right now, I'm actually gonna start again, since I assume that you've missed some. Because of the
in the early 20th century, there was this anarchist idea about the propaganda of the deed. The propaganda of the deed was that there were these forms of direct action, and many of them violent. Assassinations, bombings, that when you did them, they were so spectacular. Everybody would hear about them, and when everybody heard about them, there would be copycats by making clear that society did not work how you thought it worked. That could rupture society itself and create the possibility of a moment of revolutionary upheaval. I think there is a way in which you should and can understand the Trump administration as operating often through propaganda of the deed. Now, they're not an anarchist collective. They're a state. They're a regime. But they operate not so often through the dull work of rules and laws and legislation and deliberation, but through spectacle, through the meaning of particulars.
Okay, so like now we've got over the initial shock, right? Like can we see like where people are where he's going with this? Because I think that this is interesting. Again, I think he's wrong, but I think it's interesting and I think it's worth talking about. I mean, yeah, let's carry on a little bit further, but like chat, like give me your thoughts, and we're going to discuss this all a little bit as a class, because I want to get to the bottom of his little rhetorical flourish thing he's decided to do. It's very cold open, right? It's very like the SNL like stand-up cold open stuff, but for like liberal op-ed thoughts. He's doing like the the stand-up comic host thing, but for having like liberal op-ed takes.
Spectacles. Venezuela was a spectacle. They do not seem to have planned for the aftermath. They were decapitating the Maduro regime, but they left the regime otherwise completely in place.
For us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over.
But it was an object lesson, an example, an act that showed something. And even before the capture of Maduro, they had chosen not to fight the drug war, the fentanyl scourge, through laws and legislation on addiction and drugs, but instead do these very high-profile bombings of alleged drug boats that, even if they were drug boats, were probably carrying cocaine. It was spectacular. It was a message. It was showing what they could do. It was a deed that everybody could see and would talk about. Liberation Day. You can keep going on and on and on like this. The Trump administration is an administration of spectacle. And I've heard it sometimes described as reality TV administration, but I don't think that's quite right, because what reality TV wants is ratings. But these spectacles, this propaganda, is meant to carry messages. It is meant to make clear how the world now works. My guest today is Masha Gessen, who grew up in the Soviet Union, who's my colleague here at Times Opinion, has written remarkable books like The Future is History, about living under Vladimir Putin, and who's been a clear and relentless and very perceptive voice on what it means and what it is like to live in a country that is turning into a different kind of regime. As always, my email, EzraKleinShow@nytimes.com.
Okay, so, I've done it exactly on the blur out. That's a little bit spooky. We might watch that again for more thoughts on it, but I'm going to read some stuff from the chat first, and then we're going to talk about it some more. So, I wonder if Ezra knows anything besides anarchists are violent and Trump is violent too, so they are the same-ish. I'm kind of fascinated by this, like, that he would be bringing this stuff up, because the theories of direct action and like anarchist violence and propaganda of the deed are so like outside his usual oeuvre that, like, yeah, it's very shocking. I think my very first initial response to it, my partner had the exact same response when I like got her to watch it, was just like, did Ta-Nehisi get him so bad? Did Ta-Nehisi, like, get his ass so goddamn bad that he's woke now? Like, he's... Did he join the DSA? Did they get him? Is he in fucking Palestine action now? Like... No, is the answer. Obviously not. But it's really interesting that he is... kind of signaling, like, I do have leftist thoughts. I am aware of leftist thought. I don't just talk to conservatives all day, every day. I do have some idea of, like, what left revolution, I guess, would supposedly be about. Yeah, kind of fascinating to see him do that. Very surprising. It was my immediate first thought was just like, is he trying to signal this? When he goes into the Trump part of it, that's where I start to feel like, okay, we're getting a little bit weak here, because as Quilada said, I wonder if he knows anything besides anarchists are violent, Trump is violent, both are bad. Yeah, that's the thing we're left unsure about, right? Like, he's ultimately making an unfavorable comparison. Yeah. It's just that, like, the Ta-Nehisi Coates conversation has to be relevant, because it can't not be relevant, because he got demolished. Demolished, like, gently and firmly. It was a little bit obscene to watch. Like, it wasn't... This is part of what makes it, right, is that it wasn't a debate as such. It was just a very, like, overturning and uprooting conversation for him, where something horribly vulnerable was exposed. And that moment where, I know I say about it all the time now, and I'm, like, bringing it up on stream all the time, but it's really striking, and I'm probably going to write about it a bunch. When he said, I don't know what my role is anymore, that has something to do with the world of practical politics and the material and what's like happening in material terms and what makes real change, and the world of spectacle. And like Ezra, and I don't know if he would agree with this, but we've been reading his stuff for a while. Daphne, definitely, welcome to the chat, says you're a first-time chatter. I'm glad you enjoy me describing the sensual, scandalous scenes between Ezra Klein and Ta-Nehisi Coates. He just needed some straight talk. He just needed a firm guiding hand, holding him and just steering him firmly in the right direction. Gonna get red because I'm getting hot and bothered next. He may not agree with this. Like, he may think that like data and focus groups and polling and trending, this stuff is all like in some way like real and like pragmatic. And we saw in that interview with Ta-Nehisi Coates, Ezra say again and again that he is like on the side of making some like pragmatic decisions that will win over people who don't currently agree with him, like making trade-offs that are pragmatic. But this is about a different sense of pragmatism. Like, Ezra is about the spectacle, not in the sense that he's describing here, which is a sort of very extreme spectacle, very like attention-grabbing spectacle, but like he exists in the world of a very like spectacular politics. Like, when in that Ta-Nehisi Coates interview, he says that there's this work of politics of convincing people to like create coalitions so they can make change within a civil, mutually respectful foundation, I guess. That's all within like a spectacular politics, and it might not seem that way because of kind of how boring it is traditionally. But like to take his specific example from the thing that they were talking about, an anti-abortion Democrat would be virtue signaling to the right, and that's spectacular politics. Like signaling to your political opponents' voters, like, I'm not the crazy caricature that they've made me out to be. I have some down-to-earth policies. I'm not too woke. This stuff, it is all optics, and it is all this like charisma game, this like people game, this spectacle game, and that's the thing. The one of many essential mistruths about the American liberal world is that it's not all spectacle. Like, people who love guys who are doing like focus group politics love when they look like the guy who is like sensible and data driven. And you know how I know that's true? I'll show you how I know that's true. I know that's true because I live in Great Britain and we elected the guy, the most focus grouped man in all of human history. This man's head is a square. Inside his cubic head, there are little cubes, and inside those cubes, more cubes. There is not the slightest bit of spare room or space or air in this sensible, realist head. This man is nothing but data and focus groups and the work of politics, as Ezra Klein put it. And that's why, as British politics has become within the realm of this world of spectacle, has become more right wing, and like the polling shows that people like these right wing policies, it can only be analyzed as, to secure the vote, we have to Stop the small boats. There we go. I've made you a new catchphrase, Sir Kia. You can use that one for free. Vulpix989 says the world's first cube prime minister. I'm sure we've had others, but this man here, they've perfected him. They've truly the perfect 90.000 degree angle head has never been achieved before, and that is what is so impressive, is that he is so completely cubic. Okay, let me put the boy away. My point is that Ezra would like to believe that he's a very sensible man who believes in a very sensible politics that is real and is about pragmatism, but he actually exists in a world of spectacle. And I know this because my work does too. It's just that my politics exist outside of it, right? Like, maybe I should explain, because we just had a raid and there'll be some new people here. My work is about how people should organize. The video I linked earlier that I just put out today is about how trans people should organize. Like, I believe in revolutionary change, in people creating structures together to build the kind of world we want to live in, and then practicing that politics directly. And my work is either purely focused on the spectacular, like my media analysis stuff, where I'm just discussing art, or I'm talking about politics in a way where I'm always trying to bring it back to log off and go join a union. Like, I can't say this enough, log off and go join a union. And it's terrible for me because people can't be giving me money to live, which, as you can see, I need, if they log off and go join a union, but the world will get better, and that's what I want. But I even still am doing that through a process of spectacle, like I'm here on your screen right now, right? And that gives a maybe little bit of a flattened picture of spectacle, in that I'm just, a spectral appearance. But like the fact that all influences exist in the attention economy and must maximize attention. People talk constantly about like people doing things for clout. And I think that there's an interesting distinction there where people will do completely insane shit that does not get them clout in the classical sense. Like, clout in the classical sense means other people around you, like, respecting you and being, like, on your side. And a lot of people do absolutely insane shit that everyone hates for clout, as it were, because on the internet, attention converts way more directly. Just like people doing stupid shit just converts way more directly. And that is the thing that Ezra Klein is pointing at, right? Like, when Barack Obama got elected, an undeniable, enormous force in his election was a push towards demonstrating that America can get past racism by electing its first black president. That was a very important thing to a lot of people about electing Obama, like, undeniably. And that's spectacle, right? Because noticeably, racism has not materially ended in America with the election of Obama. Oh, tea break. My throat. No good. That spectacle that people are buying into, the election of Obama, as a sort of balm for America's racism. I got some schmoo in me. Oh no. Okay, we've got a new first-time chatter here who has just said, the chatter is called Fun266. Hello, I am an agent of President Trump and have been tasked with collecting information from streamers about their opinions of our president. If you are dissatisfied with something, please speak up. You will be contacted later. Thank you. In any case, you are under surveillance. You and your moderator will be contacted. Great. Good stuff. You know, I actually have no notes. Perfect presidency. I hope he removes term limits. Stupid ass message. Yes, the world of the work of politics that Ezra loves and is stricken by tragedy to be losing. That is a world of spectacle, and so the faux analysis from American liberals that Trump has dragged politics into a world of spectacle. This is incorrect, right? Trump has recognized that like the lowest common denominator is a wildfire in the attention economy, and you can do insane shit and it will just like get people talking more and more, which will just like grease the wheels of doing all the shit you want to be doing. And he recognized that, yeah, like since the beginning of his first term, since the beginning of his first campaign. And yeah, like I just like making this distinction. It's a false distinction. It's a false dichotomy between like the sensible work of politics and Trump's work of politics. Both have existed within the spectacle, the spectacular, the attention economy for a long time. Trump is just like attention maxing. Like he's just done a build in politics that completely disregards what is actually factually, materially true, and is just all about the attention and using maximum attention all the time. And also like exhausting our attention, which is why so many things are just constantly happening all the time. And I think we should watch this back with this in mind, and then I can kind of deliver my... Fun266 says, at least somewhere messages aren't being deleted and then a couple of Cyrillic characters, but I don't know what that really means, bud. We're going to watch this back, and then I'll deliver my kind of summary take of it. We'll actually finally get into the thing. I'm sorry we've been delaying so long.
In the early 20th century, there was this anarchist idea about the propaganda of the deed. The propaganda of the deed was that there were these forms of direct action, and many of them violent, assassinations, bombings, that when you did them, they were so spectacular. Everybody would hear about them, and when everybody heard about them, there would be copycats by making clear that society did not work how you thought it worked. That could rupture society itself and create the possibility of a moment of revolutionary upheaval. I think there is a way in which you should and can understand the Trump administration as operating often through propaganda of the deed. Now, they're not an anarchist collective. They're a state. They're a regime. But they operate not so often through the dull work of rules and laws and legislation and deliberation, but through spectacle, through the meaning of particular spectacles. Venezuela was a spectacle. They do not seem to have planned for the aftermath. They were decapitating the Maduro regime, but they left the regime otherwise completely in place.
For us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over.
But it was an object lesson, an example, an act that showed something. And even before the capture of Maduro, they had chosen not to fight the drug war, the fentanyl scourge, through laws and legislation on addiction and drugs, but instead do these very high-profile bombings of alleged drug boats that, even if they were drug boats, were probably carrying cocaine. It was spectacular. It was a message. It was showing what they could do. It was a deed that everybody could see and would talk about. Liberation Day. You can keep going on and on and on like this. The Trump administration is an administration of spectacle. And I've heard it sometimes described as reality TV administration, but I don't think that's quite right, because what reality TV wants is ratings. But these spectacles, this propaganda, is meant to carry messages. It is meant to make clear how the world now works. My guest today is Masha Gessen, who grew up in the
There we go. Okay, so last round of takes on this. We'll finally actually get into stuff properly now. I just wanted to say, I guess, Ezra is wrong about this world of spectacle stuff. He's wrong about how the Fuzzy Numbers said, I wanted to clip that. I don't understand what I've done. You can explain, but I don't get it. He's wrong about this world of spectacle stuff, as I've been talking about. But I think breaking down his, like, propaganda of the deed idea. Is it vertical an idea? Take metaphor. I think, yeah, calling it like an analogy would be the most useful way to unpick what's going on here. Like, is Trump engaging in propaganda of the deed? And I'm not meaning to nitpick here. I'm not just meaning to nitpick, because again, this could all be Ezra signposting that he wants to be taken seriously as a leftist. And if he wants to be taken seriously as a leftist, great. You know, hi Ezra, I know you love the liberal slop stream. Wouldn't that be great if he was just like masochistically watching me be like, this guy has an amoeba brain all the time? No, I honestly want to be like considerate and kind to Ezra Klein as much as I possibly can, despite his many crimes, because I think that, like, he wants to be a deep thinker about this stuff. He does think deeply about politics for his job all the time, and a bunch of people listen to him, and because of that, it's worth thinking about how we talk to someone like Ezra Klein, rather than trying to win over someone who is fully down like the QAnon rabbit hole. Trying to win over someone like Ezra Klein is, nominally at least, easier. They're closer to our position to begin with, nominally. I chat before you sound off, nominally. I'm just saying superficially, that's how it seems. But, like, at the same time, yeah, just like hopefully, you know, if you encounter someone with Ezra's takes, we can think about how you approach this. And yeah, is Trump engaging in a revolutionary propaganda of the deed? Okay, Trump is engaging in a revolutionary project. Like, he is trying to, he and the people around him, and I'm always using Trump as metonym for the Trump project. Trump is trying to remake the world into a different shape. Absolutely. Propaganda of the deed is understood in a couple of different ways. One is, like what Ezra was talking about, this, like, spectacular violence, right? Like the Narodniks in pre-Soviet, in Tsarist Russia, you know, assassinated the Tsar. The suffragettes smashed windows. They had bombs and shit. Like, people have been engaging in acts of what the ruling class will call terrorism to do the propaganda of the deed, to raise awareness of an issue over and over again. The classic example, right? If you're talking about this, like, spectacular violence, the classic example to think on a local scale is smashed windows in a cop shop, right? Because it's an undeniable material fact. If people see the cop shop has smashed windows, they think, and they can't deny this, in fact, they don't just think it, they know it, someone round here hates the police. Someone who lives in my neighborhood thinks the police are so bad, they've smashed in the windows. And not everyone will think that, obviously. Some people might be like, you know, whatever. But if someone has also graffitied it, if there's a manifesto to whatever kind of political violence is done, then people kind of can't deny the propaganda of the deed in that way. I don't think that Trump is trying to engage in a propaganda of the deed in that way, where he is indicating to people through the spectacle how they should behave when he does things like invade Venezuela and take Maduro. I don't think that's fair to say. I think that there is some implicit propaganda of the deed to Trump's actions And it's a lot more like the other way you can understand propaganda of the deed, the other classic example of propaganda of the deed, stealing to feed people. Because stealing to feed people is a break from social mores, from the system that we live under, from the current law. But it is moral. If people are hungry, if people are starving, stealing to feed people, one of the most like low-hanging fruit, open goal, moral actions people can commit, that it would be a propaganda of the deed, because it would be both helping people and moral in that way, and it would be telling other people, I think this is a thing people should be doing, and more people should be doing this. People who are in this position should be acting this way. Trump, if we're applying propaganda of the deed, if we're doing this sort of metaphor, there's a couple of elements here. One, does speak to others, right? He acts in ways that he does think other people should act. But this is not the geopolitics thing here, right? Because if we said going into Venezuela and snatching their leader, that was propaganda of the deed, he was doing a kind of moral action he believes is a good thing to do, and he thinks other people, other nations in the same position should do the same thing, it becomes really tricky, right? Because he doesn't want other people, other nations to go in and steal the leader of sovereign nations and like take control politically or whatever, try to inspire regime change, all this stuff. He wants America to be able to do that. And that's a bit of a problem, but we'll put a pin in it, we'll come back, right? The sense in which Trump acts in ways that are propaganda of the deed, telling other people to act the way that he acts, is much more like the racism, the sexism, the queer phobia, the old-fashionedness with which he presents himself in his campaign, in his media appearances, the ways that he will insult people that people generally find vile, figureheads and public figures of liberal culture, the ways that he will belittle and make fun of them, the ways he's like, let's acknowledge this for a second, the president is a catty diva. He's got some vicious barbs to lay into the other queens with. But also, like, the way he lies. And I think this is one I've thought about for a long time now. I guess a decade. If we're... Yay! Oh, God, time. He lies in a sloppy and shitty, dumb way that everyone is just like, that's just not true. That's just patently untrue. And I like, what? You're not convincing anyone that's true. And then they turn around and they're shocked when it turns out people are being convinced that the ridiculous things he's saying, people think they're true. I think there's an interesting thing here, like, not to say that the people who are like reporting that they believe things that Trump has said, that they don't really believe them or something, I know inside their hearts or whatever. But just to say, human beings are social animals, and we observe what brings other people success, the way that all primates do, and imitate their behaviors. And people watching the expertly crafted, slick but boring lies of liberal politicians may choose to imitate their behavior. Take Ezra Klein, for example. He's probably someone who saw people like Hillary Clinton, bringing this back around 2016, people like Barack Obama, and he was inspired by them. And he is, in their world now, pursuing a career in their political world. And when Trump comes along, but a lot of Americans absolutely switch off for most of, presidential debates, for example, because people are talking about issues in a way that they can't see themselves emulating, in a way that they find boring just to watch, in a way that in some cases they don't understand, but I don't want to overstate that because, like, whatever. And then Trump comes along, and he is obnoxious, loud, flamboyant, insulting, and a shitty liar. The things he says, they're not even internally consistent with each other. But people can't stop talking about them because he makes outrageous claims all the time. And then it gets people talking, and then talking about the talking, and sometimes even talking about the talking about the talking. And he is just this, like, this monster of attention. Like this incredible force that people have not seen before. And I think that there is a propaganda of the deed of Trumpisms. Not of Trumpism, like an ideology, but of Trumpish behavior, right? Trumpisms. Everyone loves saying many such cases. It's just become part of, like, English vocabulary. Everyone fucking... What was the thing? Nothing bad can happen, only can good happen. He spits out gibberish all the time that is just really funny and really fun to repeat. But we have to think about, like, the behavioral pattern as well, that he goes around saying really, really fucking outrageous shit, and then people treat him like he believes that thing seriously, and like they need to make space in their debate or whatever to either, like, meticulously debunk that thing, or to, like, talk about his moral position around the thing. And both of these things are taking quite some time and quite boring to engage with, and in the meantime he's made another bold, outrageous claim. Right? Now we can transport forward in time 10 years, and we're back in 2026, in the hell world, everything is fucked. But that was a fun exercise, remembering watching that horror unfold, the first, Trump election. And that's the core appeal of Trump from the first election, right? And that I think is a propaganda of the deed. I think he does a propaganda of the deed for patriarchs in Western society. He shows how men can shittily, obnoxiously, insultingly, and illogically dominate conversations in a way that will make at least other men, but sometimes other, like, more normal people believe him and follow, respect and follow whichever person is acting like this. He creates a template that others follow in terms of the ways that he lies and the ways that he claims things and the ways that he directs attention. And it's really obvious to see that, like, a lot of the people who are now nearly at the top of the tree in terms of, like, the Trump regime and the administration right now, and potentially even people who might succeed him, right, if that happens, they're Trumpian. They're incredibly Trump-like. They're like more Trumpish the closer you get to the guy. They're all just doing their own takes on a Trump. They're all doing their own Trump impression, and that's the danger of the Trump impression. Is it's like the fucking Venom symbiote. This is why everyone has to stop doing it. But yeah, so, like, that is a sense in which he's doing a propaganda of the deed, I would say. When we talk about Venezuela, who is propagandized to by Trump doing this, right? Only Trump. There is an audience of one, right? Like, yes, as Ezra puts it, like, it creates the possibility of revolutionary rupture, that society might recognize this moral issue that you're highlighting here and tear around it, and therefore, like, reconfigure society in a way that addresses that moral issue. But the moral issues presented to Donald Trump are that he can't do the things he wants to do, and he should get to do the things he wants to do because he is in a moral universe of one, and he only cares about doing what he wants to do and nothing else. So like, he's just, yeah, like I think you can. It's kind of the problem with Ezra's argument in this little rhetorical abstract construction he's made for us at the start of the podcast. The problem is it's self-interesting to me because, yes, sure, we could say this is propaganda of the deed, but it's something beyond that, isn't it? It's fascist. Propaganda of the deed still highlights, still hinges on the idea that other people will agree with you that this is not a moral thing and we have to do something about this situation to blah, 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 blah. Trump is using force to simply change the state of play, like simply change the nature of geopolitical reality, and people will just have to get used to it, which is like, it's sort of like propaganda of the deed, but not really. So that's my little rant about that. Hit me with any thoughts if you found any of this interesting. I feel like now would be a good time before we start watching the interview part of this and we get to the actual Venezuela takes specifically. And we've had a little bit of a Venezuela take, but like, I think it would be useful for me to say, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. I am doing a job right now. Since the start of the stream, I've had £7 donated, which is not enough. I need more money to live. If you could give me more money, any amount would help a lot. I have 50 people watching right now. Literally, if everyone donated £3, we would hit the donation goal for the stream. And then after the articles, we'll go play some Katamari. Like, a small donation is very, very much welcome if you can give it. Larger donations are obviously more welcome. I will be more excited about getting more money. But generally, just if you're enjoying the stream, please do consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe, or you can cheer, or you can tip. That's !TIP, and follow the link in the chat. And if you're watching on the VOD, you can go to the links below, or you can support me on Patreon. If you want to support me monthly, that's my main source of income. And when that goes up, that's the best way to keep me secure and able to do the stuff I need to do. Pillbug Hug says, it feels like he's also trying to build a pattern of, quote, talking a lot about a place he doesn't like, then sending troops to there to cause chaos, to get us in the habit of trying to please him. Trump is making a pattern of talking about a place he doesn't like and sending troops there to cause chaos. Pillbug Hog has just tipped £10. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that so much. Thank you. And Million Peaches has tipped £20 and said, question marks, bark, 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 exclamation mark. I do animal sounds, but I only do my animal sounds on the stream. I'm not going to bark. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Million Peaches. Oh my goodness. Anonymous has just tipped £12. And Puka the Duka has subscribed, so it's working. I've gotten your attention with the my need to have money to live. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. But don't stop there. We're pushing on to 300. We're at 200 now. Trump has made a pattern of talking about places he doesn't like. I think this is a pre-existing pattern. I think it's worth saying, like, the classic Million Peaches says that's me barking. Sweetie, I know. I was just explaining how I was reading out the message, but I know it's you barking. It's a pre-existing pattern, talking a bunch about the problems in some place and insisting that they need some kind of regime change, and then sending in military forces or using economic sanctions to try to bring about a regime change. As a lot of people have pointed out, Trump is just manufacturing consent in the laziest, shittest way possible, where he's just almost just like pointing at the place and then they all go and invade the place. It's like he's playing fetch with the American military. Pillbug Hug says, I love when trans people live. More of that, please. Thank you. It's nice to hear that some people want me to stay alive. Specifically Venezuela and one of the cities near me, Minneapolis, adding on to this pattern of talking about a place and then sending troops there. Yeah, I think that he knows that his base is the only ones. Middle-earth Marxist, thank you so much for donating £3. All hail our new British PM, Slop-ED. Yes, I think with Venezuela and Minneapolis, like, he is giving, like, the MAGA party line on, like, what people should think about this. And, like, it's worth mentioning as well, he's probably being given the line as well. But, like, he only cares about his base in terms of, like, appealing to anyone, obviously. He's, like, the opposite of Starmer in that regard. Like, he's not trying to win over any liberals. And they are in such an extreme cultish reality dictated by MAGA and by QAnon that he could just say up as down. Like, yeah. And that's why he's gotten so lazy with it, I think. Like, that's the really striking thing. Pillbug Hug elaborates. I mean, I think in his mind he's trying to tell us to stop protesting and resisting his worldview. He's clearly exhausted. Those are my thoughts, though. Yeah, I think that there's, like... I think where Ezra is correct is that Trump does super duper exist in the world of spectacle. And whenever he can't make the world, like, do the thing spectacularly... Oh my goodness, I had another donation. Koalada, thank you so much for tipping. £13.37, because you're elite gamer. Have some capitalism points. Thank you. I need the points. The thing is, everyone, that you should understand about me as a content creator, is that I need the points to live. And it's really distressing. It's a horrible situation I've got myself into here, and I started when I was in my early 20s, which is far too young to responsibly make the decision to be a public figure. But, like, I need the points to live. I need the shares, I need the subscribes, I need the likes, and I most of all need the donations. But the good news is we can not have to fuck with all that other stuff if I am getting the donations. Like, I could just be streaming to, like I got 60 people right now. We could just never get bigger than that if we just meet the bills. I only need that. And I think that's good news. I'm not trying to be Hassan. So, spectacular politics. I think that Trump, like, when he can't make the spectacle produce the image that he wants it to, he gets very frustrated. I think that's why AI is a really, like, perfect pairing with, like, AI and MAGA, because MAGA is a world that just exists entirely in, like, this bizarre mass shared collective fiction, and AI, specifically image generation, is capable of just creating the evidence to put on your screens to say that's true. Like, okay, I don't know absolutely everyone's, like, setup right now. I imagine some people have me on while they're doing other stuff. A bunch of people have talked to me before about how they have my streams or my VODs. Hey, VOD viewers, I haven't forgotten you. Having my streams on while they're, like, drawing or other kind of, like, task where they want some, like, nice background sound on. I'm sure there are people who do it while they are doing chores. I'm sure there are people who do it while they're just really fucking stoned on the sofa right now. I can see you. No, I'm just kidding. And I'm sure there are, and I actually know from some people that they like watch my streams together. But I was definitely going somewhere before the stoner joke, and it just felt too mean, because I know if someone did that to me, I'd get really fucked up. I'm so sorry. Does anyone remember where I was at before? Because I just completely distracted myself with doing something mean to people who are too high right now. When Trump can't change the spectacle, he finds that frustrating. Yes, okay. With image generation, right, what's really striking here? Like, let me talk about my setup right now, okay? I've got one screen there and one screen there. my mic here, like I've got my phone, wherever the fuck that's gone, that's another screen, right? But outside of like this house, there's like Southwark, right? There's South London where I live. And the world beyond that is a vast and unknowable thing. Like I'd have to arrange to travel to get much farther than London very quickly and see what's going on out there. So if I am incurious, if I can be made to be incurious, if I can be made to reject an urge to like seek out the truth, then I could just accept anything that appears on my screens as reality, right? Like this is one of the huge problems that we've seen a ton. This is one of the things that we've seen a ton with Iran, especially because there's this language barrier, there is regime informational control, and there is massive like Western misreporting of what's going on, and those things together like mean there's what we call in epistemology a lacuna, right? Like a sorry, I just lacuna matata. There's a gap. There's a blank space, and nature abhors a vacuum, so people have to fill it with bullshit. This means that like AI, image generation specifically, has the power to really, really meaningfully dictate a whole bunch of people's realities if they are incurious. And yeah, like MAGA people, QAnon, like I guess formerly QAnon is less of a thing now, but like MAGA people who are still in the Trump cult are like less invested in finding any kind of truth that questions what the MAGA mainstream narrative is. And that means that if you can produce something to go on this screen, something to go on this screen, something to go on this screen, all your favorite people making the claims that they're gonna make, like you can't know the difference because you're not gonna go to Iran or whatever. Like you might not even go to fucking Minneapolis, right? This stuff is extremely powerful, specifically for a regime that uses a weaponized unreality to control its base. Hey Lorcan, it's lovely to have you here. I'm so glad you showed up. Let's watch some more of the podcast. One more time. We've got 60 viewers right now. If we had, what would that make it? Like a bit over £1 each. Let's say if everyone donated £2 right now with command tip !TIP in chat, then I would be past the dono goal for the stream immediately, and that'll be pretty cool. Let's watch some of this podcast. Please donate if you are enjoying the stream at all. Or if you just want me to be able to live, but even if you don't enjoy the stream, I guess. And VOD watchers, remember, hello VOD watchers, you can also donate in the description. It's down below, and you can support me on Patreon too.
The Soviet Union, who's my colleague here at Times Opinion, has written remarkable books like The Future is History, about living under Vladimir Putin, and who's been a clear and relentless and very perceptive voice on what it means and what it is like to live in a country that is turning into a different kind of regime. As always, my email, EzraKleinShow@nytimes.com. Basha Gessen, welcome to the show.
Great to be here.
So, on one level, the target of the recent operation in Venezuela was obviously President Nicolas Maduro. On another level, you've argued the target was the New World Order of law, justice, and human rights that was heralded in the wake of World War II. Tell me about that.
Right. So, I always feel a little like I have to make a lot of caveats when I talk about the post-World War II order. All these multilateral institutions were created, all these mechanisms, international courts, the UN, the Security Council, because it was in many ways an aspiration, right? An aspiration to creating an order that would, A, prevent a new global war, something at which it has been very successful, and B, prevent the kind of disregard for human life that made the atrocities of World War II possible. And in that, it's been much less successful. But the aspiration remained. And I think even though the United States was historically one of the parties that violated this order because it had the power to do so, it still did it under the cover of respecting those aspirations. And what I think has changed with the pullouts from all these different multilateral institutions and the blatant disrespect for them and actually contempt for them that Trump personally and his administration have articulated. And I think it's sort of culminated with Venezuela, right? I think that if there's an event that I think of as sort of the nail in the coffin of the new international world order, it will be Venezuela.
I guess when you talk about international law here, the history, including recent history of what it has clearly not been capable of preventing or bounding is pretty long. I mean, Israel and Gaza is ongoing. Russia inside Ukraine is ongoing. There was much about, the drone strikes in the Obama administration that was not working through, let's call it, a normal set of due process. And frankly, Maduro himself, right, which I think is very important to say in all this, he was not a peaceful, humanistic, democratically elected leader. He was a brutal, repressive dictator destroying his political opposition, remaining in power after losing an election. And so when we talk about, there being a tipping point, are we just upset because it is Donald Trump doing it? But he is just revealing the way the world really works and has worked, just stripped of its veneer of bureaucratic.
Guys, I actually called it, like, Ta-Nehisi Coates has leapt inside his soul like Neo at the end of The Matrix. Like, this is insane. It's just his sudden ability to be like, it's actually not Trump, though, is it? Like, it's actually always been, this is how America always... He's getting it now. He's getting it now, everyone. Anti-imperialist Ezra is on the way. He is hatching from his larval state. This is fucking crazy to watch. He's waking up, yes. Air Doctor in the chat. Yes, welcome to the chat. I see you're a first-time chatter. Yes, he's... he's beginning to believe. Oh my god. Ezra, you think those are takes you're writing right now? Root Fake, first time chatter, hello. Has Ezra had his "Are we the baddies" moment? Yeah, I mean, I think that the Ta-Nehisi Coates interview really got to him. I think that he's on a path now. I'm really excited to watch this. This is gonna be, and I don't mean this so much. I'm probably gonna click out of this podcast before too long. But like, I'm excited to watch what is the gears that are turning for Ezra Klein and where this takes us all. Woke 2, liberal uprising. Look, I am so for real about this. Like, I am big time for real here. Woke is the revolution that we are amidst, and we can't do much about that. And we have to reckon with the fact that woke, like, the set of values that woke describes are the popular sentiments, the popular demands even, of the revolutionary populace as it currently exists. And we have to reckon with the problems with that, and then overcome them to turn it into a really meaningful revolutionary project. It's only going to be possible if we first recognize that, like, being woke is the starting point. As annoying as many woke people are. We are, I just gotta say. Like, it's just true. An anonymous gifter has gifted 1 tier 1 sub and has gone to Pubs. Congratulations, Pubs. You are now a tier 1 sub and have Sophie from Mars emotes you can use all over Twitch. Puka the Duka has also cheered 300 bits. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Weirdo of Oz. Weirdo of Oz has just... I need to go big screen because of how for real this is. Okay. Weirdo of Oz has synthesized pure communist theory for our times. Okay. This is important. Whoa. Anonymous just donated £17. Thank you, I really appreciate that. Widow of Oz says, and I'm gonna take my word for this. Check me on this. I will say this on Red Planet too. I think this is important. We have to teach woke how to become based. Yes, spot on, exactly, that is it. You have put it in the fewest possible words. Like, this is so concise. We have to teach woke how to become based. That's the 9-word manifesto of, like, what we need to do here. Like, in terms of, like, popular culture, narrative, like, Ezra would say, the work of politics, like, we have to get the people who currently see that it's good to respect a trans person's pronouns and get them to the place that the proletariat must be armed or they deserve their own repression. We have to take people who are like, I don't even see color, I treat everyone the same, to be like, reparations are necessary and best applied through the formation of a racially conscious communism that respects the history of racialized people's oppressions and is anti-imperialist beyond being anti-racist. We have to get people who are like, people who, you get the idea, okay? We have to get the motherfuckers from Get Out who are like, I would have voted for Obama a third time. And we have to get them to the point where they are like, no war but class war. It's socialism or barbarism. We have to take the motherfuckers out right now, and we have to build a people's government. That's what we have to do. We have to get woke. We have to teach them to be based. That is it, Widow of Oz. You nailed it. You got it perfectly right. That's exactly right. Can someone gift Widow of Oz a sub? They deserve it. This is fantastic. We have to teach woke how to be based. Yes. Ezra Klein, very woke. Not very based. Not very based. So if you're from Oz, woke, based. Okay, let's carry on.
Opacity?
Well, first of all, the veneer is important. That it's important that at least the George W. Bush administration felt it was necessary to lie to the UN.
I remember where we were at now. Ezra responded to our guests, whose name I've immediately forgotten, our guest's point that, like, the rules-based order has collapsed with the kidnapping of Maduro. I really mean it, chat. Somebody got to gift Widow of Oz a sub. They deserve it. They want those MILF pills. Our guest said that the kidnapping of Maduro marks the complete death knell, the final nail in the coffin for the international rules-based order. Thank you to an anonymous gifter for giving Widow of Oz a tier 1 sub. Joe's just got here in chat. Listen, Joe, Widow of Oz has solved all of politics. This is the sentence. We have to teach woke how to be based. That's it. That's it. We've done it. We've got it. We've got the mission statement. That's literally it now. That's it. Our guest said the kidnapping of Maduro was the end of the world, the rules-based order. Ezra Klein has given back to him. What if the rules-based order was always fake? And there was a bunch of shit that was happening without due process, without international law, and just pushing on the whole time. And what if it's not just Trump? What if this is the thing that America always was? That's where we were at. Okay.
Rather than disregard the UN altogether. Out of respect for the institution, I mean, it sounds ridiculous, right? But there was a moment after the full-scale invasion of Ukraine when it seemed that actually all these mechanisms that were so painstakingly created and, one step forward, 2 steps back, that they may all finally kick into gear because there was this unprecedented consensus, at least Western consensus, on Russia's crimes in Ukraine. And then with Gaza, that consensus fractured and the hope for these institutions really kicking into gear dimmed. At the same time, there was the international Court of Justice hearing initiated by South Africa's suit against Israel that was itself a new phenomenon in international law. And it's very easy to look at all the ways in which international law has failed. It's much more difficult to be able to measure what it has prevented. Right? Certainly one thing that it has prevented.
This is kind of wacky, like, because exactly what Ezra just said, it's crazy that I'm agreeing with Ezra Klein right now. This take is kind of wacky because, like, isn't the 2 years of genocide in Gaza under Biden to be factored in here? Like, shouldn't we consider a little bit that, like, the rules-based order was dead when a Western ally was doing a genocide that the UN agreed was genocide, and like I mean, I guess under Biden the agreement that it was genocide hadn't like fully reached total consensus, but it was a genocide is the thing, and like the US complicity in that the entire time simply demonstrated the fakeness that has always been true. But I think like if we're talking about like the rules-based order completely fucking shitting the bed and pissing itself inside out and dying, like I think that the Israeli genocide under Biden, even before Trump, I think that Trump kidnapping Maduro is very like Trump in his usual chauvinistic and flamboyant style coming in and saying this is the way things are, but like it's part of what's crazy here is that we already knew this is the way things are. Like that's an important part. Like people haven't been stepping in to stop Trump partly because we just already have had it demonstrated to us that the way things really, really are for America is that they can do what the fuck they want. And Trump is making us realize that's a problem more than like killing some sense of stability that was there before. Air Doctor says there are treaties in place most of these Western countries are signed on where they are obligated to stop a genocide. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. Like the complete inaction there, like the complete inaction there is yeah, like if we're talking about nails in the coffin of this, like all these countries being allied to a country that's doing a genocide and doing nothing because it agrees with their white supremacist settler colonialist project. That's a fucking nail in the coffin. Spaniel Hugs, welcome to the chat. It says you're a first-time chatter. It's nice to have you here on the stream. Spaniel Hugs says voters need to take the time to be more informed to see through the BS both parties spew during election season. That is how I look at my vote. Is that politician really going to hold true to what they state? I think by necessity they're not going to. And that's only one of many problems in electoral politics. I think that what we need is a politics built from popular consensus, not just at the ballot box, but people actually organizing together. I think that we need some amount of rebuilding democracy from the ground up. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that as a new chatter. Let's see what else he's got to say.
But the last 80 years is another global war. And at least until certainly one thing that it has prevented over the last 80 years is another global war. And at least until Venezuela, it seemed that it wasn't a foregone conclusion that the attempts to create an international rule of law were doomed.
I've been thinking about the differences and similarities of Venezuela and Iraq, because ultimately Iraq is also the invasion is a betrayal of the international order.
Okay, so first point, we've got an interesting argument as to why Venezuela is different. It is going to lead us towards war. Like it is going to lead us to an enormous, a World War III, basically. That's not necessarily true. That's a very complicated one. I might save my takes on World War III for a different stream because I don't think. No, I'll just pause on it. It's a very complicated one, but it's an interesting claim. I've recently been, you're using this a little. It's something that my one of my favorite maths teachers in school would have when we were trying to work through some stuff logically. He would just say it's a fine claim before we'd start doing the proof, right? That's a fine claim. It's a fine claim. This is this. This equals that. This is greater than this. This function would work this way. The solution to this is this. It's a fine claim. My issue, if people can believe it, was always in showing my working. I was several years ahead doing a whole bunch of maths modules in school, and always lost points for just writing the answer because it seemed redundant to me to show people that I that I got the approved way, which is very silly of me. And I'm glad to say that I have put a lot of time in my life into explaining my thought process more to people, if you couldn't tell. Anyway, my maths teacher, one of them, used to say quite a lot, it's a fine claim. For now, am I effective putting a pin in this? We're just going to say Venezuela is different because this points towards potentially, because the foregone conclusion that we will not wind up with a massive conflict, a World War III, because we can't be sure of that anymore, because that certainty feels like it's disappearing. That's what makes this different. Okay, it's a fine claim.
The differences.
But this brought me to. Sorry, so Ezra's going to talk about Iraq, but I have big takes about Iraq, so we're just going to listen to this a little bit first. So we'll get into it.
That the attempts to create an international rule of law were doomed.
I've been thinking about the differences and similarities of Venezuela and Iraq, because ultimately Iraq is also the invasion is a betrayal of the international order. But you watch through the quite long run-up to that invasion, the Bush administration doing two things that at least reflect a view that it should be caught trying. One is there's a very long period of deliberation in America itself, deliberation with Congress, deliberation on Sunday morning news shows. There is a long debate in this country in which arguments are being made back and forth, in which bills are being considered, in which debate is being had. And there's also a debate internationally. Colin Powell going to the UN and giving a presentation we now know had falsehoods in it, and in some ways knew then. And ultimately, the UN does not go along, and then you have the coalition of the willing, and it is a betrayal of the order. But it has this idea that the U.S. should still be working within. And you can understand it as having both continuity and discontinuity. And I'm curious how you see that.
Right. Well, exactly. It's very difficult to say, it's better to lie to the United Nations than to disregard the United Nations. But I think maybe it is better to lie to the United Nations. But I think I wouldn't just look at the Iraq War as precedent. I think Kosovo is a really interesting precedent, right? Kosovo, which was an air war launched by NATO, but without sanction of the UN Security Council. And that, that seemed to me even at the time.
Okay, it looks like we're getting into Kosovo a little bit too much. That I want to just pause on the Iraq comparison first, because I've talked about this on Red Planet a fair bit. By the way, if people don't know, I have a show usually on Sundays. Not this Sunday. We're recording a bonus episode instead, I think. It'll be on the Patreon. But it's called Red Planet, and it's available on podcast networks, and there's a YouTube channel you can go. Someone in the chat might have the link to it. And it's me and a couple of other people, and we talk about what's necessary for revolution, and sometimes we interview activists and organizers about how they do what they're doing and how you can do it too. Firstly, first-time chatter, Steve with a Q. Had falsehoods in it. Yep, he works for the New York Times. Can't say lie to save their lives. Yes, it's absolutely fucking insane. So frustrating. One joke I wanted to make about Ezra Klein while we're on Ezra Klein. If you believe in the use of AI for comedy, and I think sometimes I do, for my sins, I think sometimes I do. I'm not going to myself. I think that I have too woke an audience. Again, woke people are annoying. I wouldn't be able to get away with with using AI in any of my stuff anymore. I actually have done before But it was something locally generated, and that's why ultimately, like, it is ultimately fine. Like, I wouldn't use a big corporate AI and contribute to the demand there. But I did it like before AI was like really, really hugely kicking off. I did it in 2021 or 2022. Some generative stuff for my Conspiracy on the Left video. If you believe in using AI for comedy, but here I don't mean the image generators, here I do mean the LLMs. Getting an LLM to write Ezra Klein piece, Trump is doing politics the right way in Venezuela. Ezra Klein piece, the Mossad is doing politics the right way in Iran. Ezra Klein piece, ICE is doing politics the right way in Minneapolis. Just like making ChatGPT pump out some absolutely atrocious Ezra Klein pieces, like in the style of Ezra defending the fascism, like he did for Charlie Kirk. There you go. There's a free nightmare post that you could make that would probably make you the main character of Twitter for a day. Spaniel Hugs says, I'm wrapping up a government course on Sophia. I don't know what you mean by that. Before I have to end that subscription that's what I figured it was. Based on the loss of primary job in the US. I'm sorry to hear that. Yes, US citizen not happy with the way things are. I do agree our democracy needs a full rewrite in which we do not favor the ultra-rich. Great. Where we actually vote for folks who we feel deep in our gut are competent and will do what they say. Will do what they say. Plus, this whole lifetime Congress thing needs to change. Yeah, I mean, I think that in some senses, the shape in parliamentary structure of the republic, I think works like pretty well. I think it's in abstract is like a pretty noble goal in terms of a democracy. I think that the role of president has to go. Like the fact that the White House is a presidential palace kind of tells you everything. Like they failed to get rid of the king meaningfully. The president lives in a palace. The fact that like places tend to usually have either a president or a prime minister and a figurehead monarch, right, is telling as well. That like the president has that power. The idea of like dividing government into the three branches, again, you know what we can say? It's a fine claim, but then we get to Trump and it's just like, well, no, it turns out that you can just unilaterally do absolutely whatever you want. But yeah, I think that a more meaningful caucus system might be important. I think that, I mean, at the absolute fundamental, I think that it should be a dictatorship of the proletariat. I think that we just absolutely, like, America needs to have a socialist revolution. And the people in charge need to be serving the people first and foremost. But I think that one of the things America could be doing a ton better is like minority representation in government, not through just whichever people happen to share minority characteristics reaching elected office, but people who share minority characteristics having a class-based, like, organizing a bloc together and representing their interests in Congress, right? Like a good example I could point to here is Sarah McBride, right? So I am a transgender woman, and there is like one American politician at the higher level who is transgender. There are none in the UK, so I have no local representation, but there's one, and she's Sarah McBride. And she's a Zionist, right? Because this is the kind of thing that is necessary for being in American politics because of the national allyship between white supremacist Western settler colonialist projects like America and Israel, like because of the military support of it, because of the flow of trade through the region and the control of the region that Israel gives to America, because of money. Like, so many things overlapping, and, you know, for all of the bullshit around anti-Zionism, anti-Semitism, like only a relatively small force in all of that is America's Jewish population. But it's a thing that you have to be in big time American, in big league American politics, is be a Zionist. And, you know, like most trans people support Palestine and want to stop the genocide in Gaza and like want to free Palestine and for, you know, for Israel to not be like a fucking apartheid state and for people to get their houses back that were violently stolen from them. And like in terms of representing what trans people feel as like a core solidarity, like so many trans people are at Palestine marches. Like whenever there are Palestine marches, so many trans people are there. You go to like trans community spaces, there are so many Palestine flags. Like it's crazy that there's like one transgender representative. And like, so if you're looking for like representation in politics in that way, based on a class that you share, like not even in the slightest, like absolutely nothing in common. Spaniel Hugs again saying, interestingly enough, and if I'm remembering correctly, the role of president was just a figurehead with no powers until the person who had the role realized they had no powers and complained about it. Hence the division in who is responsible in what area. That sounds true. I have not gone over American constitutional history in a long time. Sundry Clown Car 295 says, a YouTuber I like once described the American government as, quote, a system built by people who believe in limited monarchism and then implemented by people who believe in regular monarchism. Yeah, that's a pretty good description. Okay, now we've had some chat with the chat. I was going to talk about Iraq, so let's just talk about Iraq a little bit and then carry on with the podcast, but not for too much longer because I, A, have been streaming for 3 hours already, B, have other articles to get to, and C, haven't hit that dono goal, so clearly we're not playing Katamari. I don't know. I don't actually know if people want to see me play Katamari. I want to play Katamari, but I want to be able to pay my bills more. Like, it's kind of a... it's a double bind for me. If you're enjoying the stream, please pay for the stream. You can subscribe, you can share, you can donate directly using command TIP, that's !TIP, or you can subscribe to my Patreon to support me on a monthly basis and contribute to my main income. I really appreciate that when people do that. VOD watchers, hello again. I know there are loads of VOD watchers who watch like most of my VODs. There's like a core audience. Please, if you regularly benefit from my work in this way and enjoy and get entertained by it, please do just chuck me a couple of dollars on Patreon. The link will be in the description of the VOD. Here in the chat, if you can tip, I'd really, really appreciate it. Even small tips are appreciated. Heyo. Sorry, that was gross. There are 50 people watching now, so if everyone chucked in £1, we'd be nearly at the goal. If everyone chucked in £2, we'd be way over the goal. So please do donate. Okay, Iraq. Ezra's saying, like, he's been considering the similarities and differences with Iraq. One of the differences he highlights is the long discussion nationally around Iraq. And, to short-circuit the discussion here, what Ezra needs to wind up at is a full comprehensive anti-imperialism, okay? Ezra, I know you're watching. Hello, I know you're a huge fan of the Ezra Klein hate show. I don't hate him, to be clear. He needs to wind up at an understanding that America is trying to be because it is trying to use the notion of the rules-based order and has been all this time until now to dominate the world. And now it's trying to dominate the world with just sheer force. Like, regional control is absolutely vital to America. And this has always been my take with Iraq versus Venezuela, is the core similarity is regional control. There's obviously a certain amount. Thank you so much to Anonymous for tipping £10. There is obviously a core amount of getting the oil, like they just want to go in and grab the stuff. There is a massive drive for regional control, and the specific way it works is absolutely disgusting, right? Because in both cases, and this is super similar between Iraq and Venezuela. There is a relatively weak, relatively poor country in a region that America wants better control over. Remember, control means favorable trade. It means American companies being able to operate more effectively in the region. It means American companies being able to extract resources and get cheap labor from the region. And to do all of that, the American military manufactures an excuse to go and kick the ever-living shit out of a weak, small, poor country in the region in front of everyone else. And no one else fights them because America, firstly, has the biggest military in the world, and secondly, is allied with all the richest countries in the world. So no one fights them. And then the little guy, the weak and poor nation in the region is effectively murdered in front of them, just like brutalized in front of everyone else. And their complicity creates the control in the region, right? At the same time that America plays at nation builder, plays at freedom builder, constructs a democracy, a neoliberal, a neoliberal democracy out of the country that's beaten the fuck out of. Brings in structural adjustment policies for loans from the IMF to create the infrastructure that's needed, sets up business relationships that are extremely extractive. At the same time that it does all that stuff to that country directly, it shows other countries in the region that if no one was going to step in to defend that guy, no one's going to step in to defend you. So you'd better do what the Americans are saying. And that's absolutely what's going on in South America right now. Even though the immediate project of what's actually happening to the country itself is one of the most significant and observable differences between Venezuela and Iraq, is that America is not going in and occupying and all of this shit. Like, there hasn't been a war, at least so far. They have left things effectively intact, but the regional control, I think, is the absolute most important thing to understand here. And this is the place that I hope that, like, in Ezra's transition to a based woke, from a regular default woke, from a lib woke to a based woke, I hope he comes to understand regional control more directly as like a part of what's going on. But let's hear about Kosovo, because I think this is an interesting comparison as well.
Which was an air war. I think Kosovo is a really interesting precedent, right? Kosovo, which was an air war launched by NATO, but without sanction of the UN Security Council. And that seemed to me, even at the time, hugely problematic. But there was a kind of, there was still lip service to, first of all, NATO, second of all, to respecting international norms. And there wasn't, we can point to times when the president didn't get congressional approval. We can point to times when the United States didn't get approval of the UN Security Council. We can point to times when it acted independently of NATO. We can point to times when it blatantly lied about what it was doing. But I can't really think of a time when it was doing all of that at the same time demonstratively. And I think there's a kind of transition from sort of the quantity of things that this administration is doing to a new quality of being in the world.
And the Trump administration both, I think, appreciates, but in many ways governs through spectacle, where other administrations govern much more through rules and laws and regulations. They really focus on spectacle. And Venezuela was structured as spectacle, right? Not a long planning process for what the post-decapitation of the regime would look like, but just you go in and, then you have this picture of Maduro on the plane, blindfolded.
Nadia Yvette says, hasn't Ezra Klein repeatedly advocated throwing trans people under the bus and endorsed numerous turf talking points? Yes. 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 The same way that he talked about running a Democrat candidate who's anti-abortion. Yes, he's also talked about he's also expressed enormous sympathy for TERF talking points and repeatedly, yes, as you say, thrown trans people under the bus. And in that interview with Ta-Nehisi Coates, he said, "I think we've let trans people down," and I just like sometimes I think me, Sophie, I need to get better at expressing anger because like how angry that makes me, I don't know how to begin to express that. Like, that's so fucking upsetting that this guy would like, his wife is a regular contributor and I think has a position on the board with The Atlantic. The Atlantic literally like started in American liberal media the TERF panic, like the Jesse Single, what if your daughter wants to take testosterone bullshit. The New York Times, he works with the fucking New York Times. Like, Ross Douthat just did that fucking podcast the other day. Did women ruin the workplace? Like, his tolerance for people with absolutely disgusting views, I think the real marker of whether Ezra is on any kind of journey, and we kind of joked around with it a little bit today, but like, if it actually is in any sense like real, if he is on any kind of journey, one of the biggest tells I think we will encounter is whether he fucking quits the New York Times at some point. I think that he would need to recognize that like his colleagues, his peers holding anti-human, dehumanizing views towards marginalized people is not something that he can like so casually stand next to, and in some cases even endorse. It's just like that's going to be one of the biggest things. Sorry. Okay.
You have this very triumphant press conference from Donald Trump. What is the role of spectacle here?
So I think there's the level of this love of a particular aesthetic of strength, right? Particular aesthetic of dominance and organization that Trump seems to be instinctively drawn to.
Okay, I'll be real. I know we haven't actually watched that much of the podcast episode, but I am much more interested in getting onto these Iran takes that I've been keen to show. So I'm gonna move us along. I think that Ezra is trying to find a framework to start to view things through more effectively, and this is why he said spectacle 400 times so far in this piece. But he needs to understand how the politics that he's used to is also spectacle if he's going to have a meaningful analysis of the way that Trump is using it. Because you have to understand, and I think that's a really crucial part, you have to understand that Trump is using the world that was already built and its affordances and its features to do the things he does. And he wouldn't be able to if it hadn't already been that way. Okay, speaking of things being the way that they were and then not... Speaking of how things are and were before and now aren't, or might be, I'm trying to do a segue, and it's Iran has had protests before. Will this time be different? In the New York Times by Amanda Taub. Okay, let's get into some Iran takes. It's time for some Iran. We're going to look at a few different Iran pieces before we wrap up. This has been something I've been keen to talk about, but been unable to talk about while the archive sites haven't been working, so I'm glad to be getting around to it. I think that Actually, I transitioned into the other scene there too fast. Back again here for a second. Chat, let's hear your Iran takes and discuss, but I'm going to start diving into my Iran takes right away as you're typing. There is a serious problem with campism, I think. I think it's fair to say there have been a bunch of people who have been too quick to defend the regime from criticisms. The regime should be criticized. At the same time, there has been a bunch of disgusting imperialism, like really, truly disgusting imperialism, when the thing that has kicked off these current protests is economic sanctions imposed by the UN and EU. The EU not buying Iran's oil is like the single biggest driver of why Iran is now having these massive protests, because they experienced enormous economic inflation last year, towards the end of last year, following their fighting with Israel because of the genocide in Gaza. This is like... I don't understand. Sorry, I'm back from chat. Iran launched missiles at Israel, had an exchange of fire between with Israel, and got hit by the US as well. And they were doing this in opposition to a genocide that the UN agrees is genocide. They were acting in accordance with international law, like trying to intervene militarily in a genocide recognized by the UN. And they had some of their nuclear sites struck by America, some of their nuclear power sites, and then they were being told that they were being punished and were going to have their access to capacity to enrich uranium to a standard for nuclear power taken away. And they were like, okay, well, like, if you're gonna say that, we're just gonna make nuclear weapons, because like if we're not nuclear armed, like, you're just gonna keep doing whatever the fuck you want with us, and that sucks. Like, people have been saying this. Look at North Korea. Like, America does not fuck with North Korea because they're nuclear armed. America doesn't fuck with Russia in the same way, or China in the same way, because they're nuclear armed. Fuzzy Numbers in chat says, okay, I'll say something normal. Isn't this all started by Mossad stirring up trouble in Tehran? No. No, this is my point. Economic sanctions started the protests. The protesters have real serious issues with an extremely repressive and violent regime. Some of those issues are to do with the way that they implement theocracy. Some of those issues are to do with the general kind of issues that we all share. Like, there are some people who are communists in Iran. There are some people who are, want to be in a different fucking state. Like the Kurds are a stateless people. And the fact that it's all being used to manufacture consent for regime change, specifically towards the Shah, who people do not want, by Western media, is creating a horrible duality where people are doing the thing people do online, turn everything black and white, and just argue one side and the other, and they're arguing against... they're either arguing against the Shah or against Khomeini, and... this is the problem when there is intervention by more powerful nations, is that, like, it makes the struggle, it curtails and hobbles the process toward true liberation and freedom, because people who would want to get rid of a leader or an administration, a government, a regime that is bad and is harming them, don't want to end up with the imperialist boot on their neck. And so they need to be able to, like, protest, sometimes in extreme ways, like we're seeing, without creating a gap where where they can install the fucking Shah. And also, just like to clarify this thing that Fuzzy Numbers asked, I didn't want to. Fuzzy Numbers just said Cuba needs nukes. Entirely agree. Just 100% agree. Done. Sold. But to clarify the Mossad thing, this is something we'll talk about on stream as well. American Republicans and Israeli politicians have both confirmed that the Mossad is doing shit in Iran to stir up to provoke more of the protests and to try to encourage chaos, to potentially encourage regime change. And that's worth saying. But also it's worth saying the biggest immediate driver of these protests is economic instability, and the biggest driver of the economic instability is EU sanctions and UN sanctions. And the problem here is that doesn't mean there's nothing people are protesting. People are upset about a bunch of stuff, and when they can't afford to eat, they get really, really mad about it, about stuff they were already, a bit ticked off about, but they got to live their life, I guess, just got to get to work every day. And then, if your work isn't paying enough for you to live... Speaking of which, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip, or you can support me on Patreon monthly. Then people get mad as fuck and they riot about it. And that's my view overall with Iran. And I just wanted to say all that stuff as a basis before we get into the liberal slop takes, because then we takes this way and that way. And I think that it's important to have a basis going in. Where are we at? Alexandra Bruxo says, where is even the harm in campism when the alternative is a CIA/Mossad op? It's that kind of spectacle that can only improve morale among the less color revolutionary opposition. Yes, it'd be nice if it was a secularized Marxist-Leninist state and followed MAD. The problem is disregarding the people's actual will. Saying it's a CIA-Mossad op, how can we say that that's a wild thing to say about protests that have been across the whole country, where a lot of people have died and there has been a lot of open fighting, and also where people have registered their complaints for a long time, also under a regime where official census says that 99.9% of people are Muslim, and you can only hold a bunch of elected offices if you are Muslim, and generally sorry. Thank you for the £3 tip, Mossad. Okay. The harm in campism is in making it impossible for people to express their earnest dissatisfaction in the same way, but from the other side, as the imperialists are making it impossible for people to express their earnest dissatisfaction. It's not just, it would be nice if they were principled Marxist-Leninists. It's it would be easy then, right? It would be easy to have our take, to see how our support should be shaped. One thing here is just that is that takes are cheap, and to some degree the take industry is completely fucking bankrupt, and so the whether or not we have to have a take should sometimes be questioned. If there are Iranian people in your life and they need your support in some way, you should support them. If there are people who have some kind of real power to promote regime change, and they're in your life, you should stop them. It's much more likely that one, in Western countries, in the imperial court. Sorry, not more likely than there being Iranian people who might need your support in your life, but we don't live inside of a Alexander Broxy, I see you're typing a lot in chat, and I also see you explaining the concept of critical support to me. I would encourage some amount of taking a breath. I don't want to be like patronized about basic terms. Just let's please stay cool. Being against the Western imperialist regime change is the main thing we can do. When they use people's real grievances and people's real protest to manufacture our consent, we should resist that, not by saying people's dissent is fake or that it came from Mossad or from the CIA. We should, we reject it by saying they're not asking for the Shah, right? And by pointing out the ways in which monarchist propaganda is created in the region, and many other ways. I think we have to recognize, again, I'll repeat, takes are cheap, right? So if our take, and it's just words, is going to be against this consent manufacturing, like if we let the internet do what it does, and we know the internet is a tremendous machine for misinformation, people will find ways to generate what is emotionally true to them, that they don't want to listen to people who are saying these protests means Khomeini should go and they should have the Shah. But we should not listen in the sense that we're like, there aren't protests, right? This is the problem, is that we'll end up generating a bunch of shit based on like the idea that there is intervention and there is meddling going on, and that's crucial. There is intervention and there is meddling going on. This is a confirmed thing. There are two reasons. One is that we have to have a meaningful internationalism, and that means supporting the people. And the other reason is that we have to not see our enemy as all powerful. We have to not give in to that like completely powerless self-paralyzing worldview where we just see all changes as being like puppet mastered from behind the scenes. Like that is just, we have no hope if we give them that much power in our minds. That's a serious problem that we need to like think about actually. Okay, let's read some Iran takes from the liberal slop people. They're gonna suck. Yeah. Okay. One more time, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer, or donate directly using command tip. Iran has had protests before. Will this time be different? Understanding the factors that can topple regimes. Could this be the big one? Says Amanda Taub. Sorry, it's just like, as an opening, like, I know I'm a white lady talking about Iran right now, but just like, you see a white lady talking about Iran, she walks into the room, she's urgently got to talk about Iran right now. She implies that she's been talking about Iran for a long, long time. This is the big one. Okay. That question is always lurking between the lines of so many mass protest movements. Will real change take place, or are the protests just a temporary outpouring of public anger? Usually, it is the latter, but sometimes, Egypt in 2011, Ukraine in 2014, Sudan in 2019, Sri Lanka in 2022, the big one does arrive. Regimes fall, leaders flee, and something new, though not always better, begins. There are some interesting comparisons being made here immediately, but I'm just gonna press forward a little bit. That has, of course, been the question about Iran's intense protests, which began in late December. For now, it is unanswerable. The only way to know if the big one has arrived is in hindsight. Very fair. But it is possible to answer a related question. What is new here? What is true now that wasn't during previous rounds of public unrest in Iran, such as the mass uprising in 2022 after a young woman was fatally beaten in police custody? The regime managed to survive that time, but what about now? What's new about these protests? Some important things have changed in Iran since 2022. The economy is worse, and runaway inflation has imposed widespread hardships on the population. We got the economy is worse as a link, so are we inside Iran's protests how a plunging currency set off wide unrest? Are we going to talk about the sanctions? Are we going to talk about the sanctions at all that were imposed for opposing a genocide? The 12-day war, yes. They're doing their most to talk around the sanctions imposed for opposing a genocide being the reasons for the runaway inflation. Okay. Iran's government seems aware that its citizens have real grievances and promised payments to the population to ease economic hardship, but the amount was so tiny, approximately $7 a month, that the gesture seemed to spur even more anger. Iran also faces much greater threats from outside. The, quote, axis of resistance, a network of allies and proxy militias that once deterred attacks, has collapsed in Lebanon and Syria. Geez, I wonder why Lebanon would have less support to... Oh, fuck's sake. President Trump, who bombed Iran's nuclear sites along with Israel last year, is threatening more military strikes. Earlier this week, Iran appeared to backpedal on previous threats to execute protesters amidst fears of US military action, even as it continued its brutal crackdown on demonstrations. Taken together, these factors point to a regime that is extremely vulnerable, said Daniel Sobelman, a professor at Hebrew University in Jerusalem who studies Iran's regional deterrence strategy. Oh dear. Sorry, it's just like immediately we're going to start running into like using Israelis as the as our sources for perspectives on Iran, and immediately we're in very serious trouble. Iran has shut down the internet, which has made it difficult to confirm death tolls, but in reports that have managed to get out, eyewitnesses say government forces have begun opening fire on unarmed protesters. A senior Iranian health ministry official speaking on the condition of anonymity told The Times that about 3,000 people had been killed across the country since the protests began in late December. These numbers, I think, are going to be difficult for a while, and we are going to see some big claims from publications, especially like the New York Times. And as I'm saying, it's unhelpful for us to say, like, no, it's actually 0 or whatever. But it's going to... I'd be willing to bet we're going to come out with, like... We're going to come out with some, like, studies in hindsight and some stuff with like... out the other side of the protests where people are like properly taking stock of stuff, and we're going to see some people, at least some claims that will have overshot significantly. And again, like, you know, if you're talking about thousands of people dead versus a different number of thousands of people dead, it's like sometimes that doesn't matter so much, except that you will... I think in hindsight, you will be able to see some of the publications that were most eager to get their numbers out as quickly as possible to confirm shit, to agree with their narrative, which is again towards regime change. What hasn't changed? Regimes usually fracture before they fall. Internal power brokers like the security services can abruptly abandon the government. Without their vital support, the government collapses to be replaced by something else. In Iran, there is little sign thus far of such internal fracturing taking place. That's been my key question, said Mona Tajali, a visiting scholar at Stanford University who studies Iranian politics. In terms of the security apparatus, we don't see a very clear fissure as of yet. She said that she had seen a handful of videos of lower-level individuals within the government's Basij militia who have refused to fire on protesters, but thus far those events seemed anecdotal. She said, not evidence of any higher-level split or defection from the regime. And while an order to fire on protesters can sometimes cause security services to defect, it happened in Ukraine in 2014, when they do carry out mass killing of demonstrators, that can create a powerful incentive to remain loyal to the regime in the aftermath. If the regime falls after all, the successor government could prosecute those responsible for killing protesters or leave them vulnerable to vigilante justice. But that's a pretty fair analysis of the situation there. Quote, "We are seeing videos of mass shootings," Dr. Tajali said. "So there's still a big group, a sizable group that is feeling like we need to stick with the theocracy. This is the best bet." And this is like, this is something where it will never be said in this kind of liberal publication, but like needs to be said. Like, a lot of that support will be a kind of realpolitik created by imperialism. Like, people will be going, shit, we gotta support the regime because the alternative is the Shah. And when the alternative is the Shah, like, that does feel like their best, safest bet because it's the next biggest thing. And that is the fault of the imperial power trying to meddle with it. This is the thing I've been saying a little bit about Venezuela as well. There's so much talk about Maduro's government is not legitimate. I'm like, if your country suffers sanctions and blockades and so on for 10 years from the most powerful nation on earth that is also punishing its allies if they trade with you, you kind of can't... It's almost impossible under those conditions for someone to have a legitimate democracy, right? Because the external power is so large that it is greater than any democratic voice. Okay. Nor so far is there evidence that protesters are able to wield the kind of economic leverage that can force an autocratic regime to accept major concessions or leave power. In South Africa, for instance, the anti-apartheid movement was able to leverage the economic elite's dependence on black labour with strikes. Elizabeth Wood, a Yale University political scientist, wrote in Forging Democracy from Below, Insurgent Transitions in South Africa and El Salvador. That put economic pressure on the Afrikaner elite who demanded change from those who held political power. In Iran, bazaar merchants have been at the heart of recent protests. They are a visible economic sector, and their historical role in the 1979 revolution makes their presence highly symbolic. But their economic leverage seems to be limited compared with the oil and gas industry, which so far does not appear to be jeopardized by the protests. In the end, while massive protests in Iran could still lead to sudden political changes, the bigger question is what will unfold in the medium and long term. The Iranian regime's brutal crackdown will not solve the underlying grievances behind the demonstrations. The country's regional vulnerabilities remain. And eventually, whether in days, months, or years, there will be another trigger for further unrest. Okay. So, I think there's a pretty striking theme of manufacturing consent for regime change throughout this article. People in chat, give me your thoughts. Pillbug Hug says, "It seems laughable to talk about legitimate powers when the US exists and is led by the kind of guy we made an amendment to the Constitution to keep out of office after the Civil War." Yes, I think that's that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, it is incredibly pale and transparent consent manufacturing if you have the US led by an open fascist talking about legitimate regimes, but that's just it, right? It's flimsy, and they didn't stick with it like we've been talking about. Like, they didn't try to like slowly build up that like public consent for a big war over time. There's been talk about Venezuela for I mean in total decades, but like about Maduro for years and years, and like not waiting for the like fever pitch of let's go to war has been very striking. But yeah, I just like the existence and behavior of the Great Satan America illegitimizes all sorts of shit in terms of democracy, due process, international law, and many other like lofty goals in terms of like geopolitics. Makes that shit absolutely fucking impossible. So I think it's very striking the discussion of like regime change is like the kind of implicit thing in this article. I think that inevitability should always be understood as a tool being used by writers, right? Like Marx used it, right? Like we can see that like Marx saying that like inevitably there will be a proletarian revolution and there will be communism is forging a sort of like magical prophecy spell. And it's a common structural rhetorical thing in people's writing, that they say this thing will happen if they believe that it must happen for the world to be good or for people to survive or whatever. She's saying there will be, because there must be regime change at some point. I think comparing it to various different regime changes at the start of the article, Egypt, Ukraine, Sudan, and Sri Lanka, that's very striking. I think like Sri Lanka. Now, this is off the dome, so, like, I could just be completely wrong about this shit. Like, I'm just some lady. Sri Lanka, like, they had a massive corruption crisis. And part of the problem was that the people who had been put in by Western powers, or, their successors, were incredibly, incredibly corrupt and not serving the people properly at all. And, like, that's... This is to me saying I'm just some lady. Pillbug Hug says, it's her birthday, chat. It's not my birthday, but it is my first day. I'm just a little birthday girl. It's my first day streaming. I've never seen a Geopolitics before. Please don't be mean to me. Sorry, this is all very silly. What are we saying about Sri Lanka? Yeah, I mean, like, a place that has a mass popular uprising that unseats the leader of the country because there's enormous corruption and therefore a popular unrest. Yeah, it's a little difficult to compare to Iran, right? Like a place that has, and again, this is the problem of like the binarizing black and white nature of the internet, is like the easy thing to say here. And the emotionally correct thing, the thing that is on the side of my feelings, would be to say it's not comparable because Iran is being undermined and meddled with by Mossad, by the CIA, by economic sanctions from Western powers. It's an enemy of the Israeli death machine, and that's like why it's getting sanctioned in the first place. And on and on and on, and then say there are no valid comparisons at all. But the valid comparison is just very small. It's just a very small valid comparison, which is like people are pissed a bit. I mean, in a sense, you could see, if you, I suppose if you were arguing against theocracy, it would be fairly reasonable for you to make an argument that like theocracy is a kind of corruption if you believe in democracy. Like it's a complete failure of prioritizing the people's will as number one, right? Which is what, in theory, democracy should do, is like look at people's needs, people's will, and reflect it. And if you're in a theocracy, yeah, it's shaped by crucially here, not by scripture, but by the elite's interpretation of scripture. That's a situation that people are not generally very happy with. But it's not, I don't think it's super comparable to Sri Lanka. I don't know loads about Ukraine in 2014. I haven't read up on it. Okay. If we have no more takes on this one, we're going to move on to the next Iran take. We're going to wrap up the stream fairly soon. I've got a couple of things that I really want to look at. Actually, you know what? Alexandra Bruxo will probably get mad as fuck at this article. So, since we're doing liberal slop and we're doing Iran, let's look at something that's demanding nuance and specifically it's against campism, and let's bitch about it. I'm inviting a critique here of this stuff. We have an article. It is called "The Silence of the Left on Iran." Here we go. It's in the Atlantic. Famously, the Atlantic famously extremely in favor of the democratic voice of the people of Iran, an extremely populist and democratic generally outlet, always promoting democracy and free speech all around the world. As the Islamic Republic massacres protesters, exiles are dismayed by the lack of sympathy from the American left. Okay. Whenever I hear the plaintive lyrics of Barret, the song that became an anthem for the 2022 Iranian protests, I still tear up. I find it hard to imagine anyone having a different reaction. Shervin Hajipour, then 25, wrote it by stringing together a list of young Iranians' reasons for going to the streets. They want to kiss in public without fear and not be forced to spout empty slogans. They want an economic future and clean air. These are what the Czech dissident Václav Havel called the aims of life, which in authoritarian countries, places like Iran, slam right up against the aims of the system. Iranians are out in those streets again, pursuing those aims, and this time they are being slaughtered for it in numbers that have not been seen before. Estimates of the death toll are rough because the internet and most international communication has been cut, but they run anywhere from 2,000 to 12,000. Okay, that's a big margin of error we're dealing with. Let's have a look at what you've linked for 12,000. Okay, it'll load up soon. This is a simple story. People are risking their life to resist tyranny. I will always misread this word my entire life, I'm pretty sure. Engaging in a human struggle for basic rights. Its resonance, particularly for those on the left, should be self-evident. It has all the greatest hits, pitting the powerless against power, freedom against repression, unarmed men and women against snipers. But in the most animated corners of the activist ecosystem, so recently energized by their opposition to death and destruction in Gaza, it has not resonated. The protest has been viewed instead through the thick lens of ideology, producing a reaction that has been dismissive at best and at worst degrading to Iranians themselves. Many thousands of demonstrators rising up all over the country are accused of being witless tools of an imperialist agenda, part of a, quote, CIA Mossad regime change campaign, or maybe just actual Mossad agents. Okay, so this is still going through to the claim about 12,000 dead. I'm just not getting it. Okay. These might be the most extreme examples. It's easy enough to find any opinion on social media, but there are clear signs that they represent a pervasive line of thinking on the left. By Wednesday, they had reached a sustained enough pitch that Cornel West, a high priest of anti-imperialism, was moved to reprimand his own comrades for playing some ideological games. Quote, shame on those on the left who view precious Iranians solely as pawns, he said in a video posted on X. For this, he was derided in replies as a clown, a fool, and a useful tool of Zionism. God damn. But I didn't need to go online to see evidence of this myopia, or the effect that it is having on those who are distressed by what's happening in Iran. I spoke this week with a number of Iranian exiles who consider themselves progressive and pro-Palestine. Many of them use the word genocide, for instance, to talk about the conflict in Gaza. Okay, so we've hit into something interesting here, where the writer's definition for someone's bar for someone's progressiveness is them using the word genocide when describing the genocide in Gaza, but has called it a conflict themselves. That's a little strange to me. Perhaps read into that what you may. Maybe I'm being too sensitive on this one. Overwhelmingly, they told me they felt abandoned, rejected by peers whom they had believed shared their values. I felt something like this myself in the days immediately following October 7th. Ah, I see. Okay. The left abandoned me after the brutal violence committed by Hamas against Israeli civilians. I looked around for my friends on the left and felt alone. Oh. So the author is a Zionist? It kind of feels like... Yeah, okay. Talking about the Holocaust when you're reacting to October 7th. Uh-huh. Okay, look. I don't know loads about Gal Beckerman. I'm not starting beef right this second, but writing about how upsetting October 7th is and then linking it in this piece after calling it the conflict in Gaza. Okay, I think we can broadly see the shape of what's going on here, right? So, we're seeing a critique of the American left pushing back against campism, but it's in the Atlantic because it's by a Zionist who just wants to talk about how unfair all the anti-Zionists are. This feels like a very deliberate, massive amplification of internal left discourse. And this is something that I think happens quite often in liberal op-ed circles, in the SLOP publications, taking something that's going on the left as like a relatively minor thing that could be resolved between people who are discoursing, because ultimately it's mostly just discourse, and then putting it onto a national stage to go, hey everyone, look, this is a really, really, really serious problem. Oh dear. I felt isolated and betrayed, said Fatemeh Shams, a feminist scholar and poet at the University of Pennsylvania, referring to fellow academics. I have already unfriended a bunch of these idiots who, unfortunately, are my colleagues. I don't even know how I can bring myself in the future to go to their conferences and give papers. In my conversation with these Iranian exiles, I heard deep frustration. Whether they're responding to social media or drawing conclusions from a lack of organizing was sometimes hard to tell, but they confirmed for me that this was not just a problem of the very online. The Iranian protesters stepping fearlessly into the sights of government snipers are being seen by the American left with more suspicion than sympathy. Perhaps I shouldn't have been so surprised given the state of American polarization. In many ways, this is just the latest example of the epistemic rupture between left and right. This is clown shit. Okay, sorry. Yes, the left and right exist in very different realities. Whenever someone comes back around with this fucking irritating centrist nonsense, everyone's so polarized, there's a rupture between left and right, it's like, I'm sorry, but the left are pushing towards like a representation of their moral values in the world and are a grassroots movement for the vast most part. And don't get everything right. Don't get everything perfectly right. The right is a cult in a manufactured reality to serve the most powerful in society. They have been deliberately put into a fake reality, into a fucking simulation like the fucking Matrix, to serve the most elite in society, so that America and broadly the imperial culture can be transformed into fascism. Like, it's not just like people disagreeing with each other more and more, but I guess if you're like, if you're a Zionist, then yes, that's absolutely what you'd think. Vile Halfling is now following. That's a great username. Okay, everyone, if you are enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. We are £50 away from the goal. I will extend the stream a little bit to play some Katamari and hang out if people do donate that £50. Even though that'll be running very late for me. But most of all, I just want to be able to pay my bills and afford food. So, please do consider paying me for the work I'm doing at the moment. I really appreciate it. Alexandro Bruxo says, why the suspicion? Why after 2 years of full-fledged support of an exterminationist campaign that's totally not an extermination campaign? Yes, this is exactly it. Like, I absolutely empathize with the feelings of why people are meeting everything with maximum suspicion. And this is why, like, an article like this should absolutely be acknowledging that as well. But of course it's written by a Zionist. That's the simplest way. I'm so sorry, Walada. I've been saying Qualada this whole time. And I feel like such a dickhead. It's Walada. City of Doors, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Walada. Walada, you now have Sophie from Mars emotes. You can use them all over Twitch. Like MILF pills and bimbo stickers. I hope you enjoy. Yeah, it's like, of course people are suspicious. I think part of the problem is that, like, a populist anti-imperialism that's based off of, like, people learning stuff on social media is going to have this kind of problem of being very, like, blunt. Of being very motivated in its reasoning. Good night, Artisan. Thanks for being here. It's been lovely to have you here. And sleep well. I think that it's really important to be able to validate the feelings that people are feeling. Good night, Locan. It's really important to be able to validate the feelings that people are feeling because we've all been exposed to a genocide live streamed to us for 2 years. And now we're seeing a bunch of protests that are being, like, co-opted, and they're being, like, narratively co-opted as well as, like, interference by Mossad into serving this monarchist regime change Western imperialist narrative and, like, doing what the Western imperialists want. That's, like, of course people will react in this way. And I think it's more important for people to, like, I think it's most important for an article like this one. Gosh, fuck, it's long as shit. Irritating. It's important for an article like this one to like be able to see where those feelings come from and validate them, and be in touch with some amount of materialism, and instead we're just gonna get, like, a scolding, right? It's just a scolding of how the left is being shitty and the left is being mean to Iranians. And it's like, in interpersonal dynamics this is true, and a bunch of Iranians, like, may well be having bad times with leftists that they know who are responding in this way. Like, people may be getting alienated, and there may be some amount of relationship breakdown going on there, and that's something that we can only deal with if we're recognizing that as a problem, where we want the solution to be that the left is stronger and people are, not alienated from the left. We can deal with that problem by recognizing where those feelings come from, having a strong anti-imperialist politics, and then saying, yes, of course you feel that way. The world's been making us fucking insane for the last 2 years because of America arming Israel to do a horrifying, child-murdering, blood-soaked, gleeful campaign of destruction against the Palestinian people. Of course, this is making people extra suspicious of activities, right next to Israel, for one thing, and stuff that would benefit Western imperialism and American imperialism in the region. It makes sense that people would feel that way, and just scolding people about it is just not actually the one. I don't think it's actually helpful, but, like, that's the thing here, is, like, this article I don't think is setting out to be helpful to that problem. I think that it's setting out to I'm going to skip ahead a bit, just, so I'm not talking complete shit, but I'd like to not spend too long on this one, especially with the October 7th takes. All right, this seems like a good paragraph to start from. This should be a fun time for everyone. The ideological left doesn't know what to do with violence that doesn't involve a Western aggressor, according to Kamran Matin, another exile and international relations professor at the University of Sussex in England. Matin noted that other groups that received only muted support from anti-imperialists, including the Yazidis, persecuted by ISIS, and Rohingya, victims of the Myanmar government, in which case the aggressors were not Western hegemons. Noted other groups received only muted support. Sure. Nadia Yvette in the chat saying, the monarchist rubbish has zero organic support. Yeah, absolutely. It's literally, like, the Iranian people got rid of the Shah to begin with. This is the thing, right? Chat, I'm probably just going to say this a couple more times before we go. There are 60 people here right now. If everyone gave me literally £2, a very small amount of money, I would be well over my goal for this stream in terms of donos. So please go, the command is !TIP tip. Go there and send me just even a little bit. If everyone did it, we'd be well past the goal for me paying my bills and affording food. But you can also subscribe, you can also cheer, and you can also go to my Patreon and support me monthly if you want to. Right, where were we? The ideological left. Right. I mean, frankly, even reading this, I can see, like, just purely on tone alone, like, how this would make me into a campist reading this. I'm just like, fuck off. Alexandra Brookso in chat saying, what's the non-ideological left, or is being ideological inherently bad, very left-like and not at all in the neoliberal order? Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it, right? Like, talking about the left being too ideological, you can say dogmatic, right? Like, if you were describing a problem of too ideological, like, there are people who are dogmatic and, like, divorce their takes and their analysis from reality because they're only, going according to, like, what they think they've already got the answers and they can just apply them to every single situation, right? That's a real problem that happens for some people sometimes. Whenever you're just describing people as looking through a thick lens of ideology, oh boy. Oh boy. It's wacky as well, right? Because, like, there's an implicit acknowledgement going on there that there is something different with the left and the right. Because we just up there in the article, we had the polarization and the split between the left and the right. The right is misinformed, right? We know this. They have misinformation on the right, or disinformation. The left is ideological. And it's like, that's telling, isn't it? Right? Like, that's telling that there is an implicit understanding here that the left is trying to do something moral. I think that the, one of the main discourse failures, and they're kind of like, people fail to see how often right-wingers, very invested ones are trying to do something that agrees with their morals. They have a set of morals. They're just an evil set. And the other, and the other way around, working class right-wingers who've been misinformed, people could do better to understand sometimes that those people have very similar morals to us, actually, and would support the same things we would support if they were better informed. If they were not actively misinformed, rather. This is the thing. Anyway, right. So, if you jump into the barricades against these atrocities, quote, then the whole edifice of post-colonial anti-imperialism basically collapses, because for them, it feels like they dilute their case against the West by accepting non-Western cases. This is difficult, right? Because, like, there are very real conflicts in the world that are not on the one side or the other, literally a Western power. But then there's also, like, so many conflicts that become proxy conflicts for Western imperialism because the West doesn't will absolutely leap in to try and control the situation to their benefit. Like, of course they will. They do it all the fucking time. It's quite frustrating. Like, okay, look, Armenia got invaded by Azerbaijan, and Azerbaijan did ethnic cleansing in the Nagorno-Karabakh, in the region where they invaded. And, like, Azerbaijan has a bunch of close Western allies and trades a bunch with the West and gives them their oil. Armenia gives Russia, trades a bunch with Russia and gives Russia their oil. And the Nagorno-Karabakh is overlapping or part of the Baku oil field, right? Like, there's a very material thing going on in that conflict that has something to do with the West. You know, if we're talking about the Rohingya, no, that's not exactly the same as that situation. But, like, I choose the Armenia-Azerbaijan example because, like, as much as you can pull out, like, the Yazidis persecuted by ISIS, you can also pull out Azerbaijan being Armenia being invaded and ethnically cleansed by Azerbaijan as another example where, yes, there are not immediate Western powers being involved in one side of the conflict, but they do still have a side in it, right? Like, there is still something going on there. Anyway, like, this all is repeatedly scolding people for having a flat view of geopolitics when we are all in an attention economy where we are bombarded non-stop every day with fucking takes from every side, including this one, including the one, me as well. This is scolding people for having a flat view of a geopolitical situation in a country that they don't speak the language of, when they've just witnessed a genocide happening for 2 years right in front of them, perpetrated by a neighboring country to this one, supported by the country that they live in. It's just, like, actually quite easy to understand what is producing this phenomenon, and scolding it, I don't think is the solution. I think maybe exploring people's dissatisfaction with the regime and what alternatives to the regime and alternatives to the Shah could look like, and how that could play out, you know? Supporting real democracy in fewer words. Just supporting real democracy would be, I think, the solution to this shit here. I also wonder if what distinguishes Gaza from Iran is that Palestinian civilians represented perfect victims, people bombed simply for living in Gaza, especially in places where Hamas was operating. The picture in Iran is more complicated. The protesters are fighting for regime change, and they comprise a melange of opposition groups with various motives and ideas about a post-Ayatollah Iran. The opponents of the mullahs are, for now, powerless against them, but they are also, ultimately, jockeying for power, with various international forces behind them. This is true of Palestinians, of course, but the end game seems very far off. Outsiders might think that supporting the protests would amount to support for one or another faction. This sort of litmus test is exactly what the exiles I spoke with find so disheartening, because it doesn't regard Iranians as people with agency who deserve their own freedom. Some even described as racist the assumption, as Abbasi put it, that people of a country like Iran are never able to make their own decisions, and they're always puppets of some government or some power. Yeah. I think it's worthwhile to give space to the Iranian frustration there. All you have to do, he added, is look at who is getting killed to understand that this is a movement of ordinary people. He wants the focus to return to them. Of the few people that are named among the killed, one of them was a costume design student, Abbasi said. The other one was a bodybuilder. The third one was a sculptor. These are not the people who work for anyone. If the CIA was really using a sculptor to do armed operations in Iran, then it's mismanaged. Nearly a week into the communications blackout, with stories of extreme state violence leaking out, Abbasi and his fellow exiles seem desperate to have their case taken up by as broad a public as possible, one that bridges partisan politics. But when I spoke with Siamak Aram, the president of the National Solidarity Group for Iran, he didn't sound particularly hopeful on this point. He told me that a demonstration planned for this weekend, which was meant to bring together multiple factions of Iranian opposition, had almost no participation from non-Iranian activist groups. This was unfortunate, Aram said, because the argument for supporting his people should be legible to the left. If a police officer kneels on the neck of a man, we condemn that, he says. If a sniper shoots a girl in Tehran, we must condemn that. Aram also thinks we need to find a way to see the human beings in this story. The failure of both sides, of left and right, would be that they are letting their political calculator override their moral compass. They are asking, who benefits if I condemn this, instead of asking, what is wrong, what is right. It's a strong ending. It's full of fine claims. Unfortunately, I think that we might be dealing with some of the problems of mass movements in the age of mass media and the age of social media and the age of mass misinformation. And it might just be fair to say, until a different candidate than the Shah is put forward for who would replace Khomeini, that there probably won't be successful support. Yeah, I think it's fair to say, white leftists in the Imperial Core can be racist as fuck and completely uncaring about what oppressions are happening outside of the ones their own government are doing. I think the really important thing here, the emotional truth in the heart of people who are saying this stuff is all Mossad, this stuff is all CIA, is that the American government must be overthrown. Is that America is the great Satan. And I think that I'm reminded there was this guy at Glastonbury, I think, I saw a clip of him talking, because Glastonbury has been increasingly political for a long time, and people just holding sort of open discussions about politics, and he was saying, you're always talking about free Palestine, you're always talking about free Sudan or whatever. How about you free the United Kingdom? How about you free Europe? How about you free the United States? Because doing these things would free those places. That would free them the most and the fastest and the biggest way, completely. And when I look at it like that, I feel like maybe some people who feel very compelled to have takes about Iran, and specifically have the take that the protests aren't real, they're all being instigated by intelligence services. And again, there are some intelligence services, there is some Mossad activity, it's literally been publicly confirmed, that those people could be organizing instead. I think that's the... Alexandra Brooks is saying free Europe can mean one very specific, very racist thing, lol. I mean, it was a black guy talking, and he was talking about freeing Europe from white supremacist patriarchal capitalism, to be clear. But yes, I know what you mean. Yeah, I just think that probably it's unfortunate. Probably there isn't going to be much support for the Iranian protests from inside the Imperial Core left until there's a different candidate than the Shah suggested. And yeah, I don't know. In the meantime, people, I think, should be organizing to end the fascism here. And that would be the thing that we could do materially that would help the most. This, I think, is the core lesson that that won't get out of people just scolding people for having bad Iran takes. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to say it one more time for the sake of the chat and also the sake of the VOD watchers. Hello again. I'm going to say one more time, if you've enjoyed the stream, if you've been enjoying the stream, because it's now ending, please pay for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip if you're in chat. And VOD watchers, you can use the link down below. And now you've watched 4 hours 20. Oh, 4:20. Heyo. Actually, it'll be different because I'm going to edit off the start of the stream. You've watched 4 hours of this stream, and I've been working the whole time. I've just done 4 hours of work. It's really nice when I get paid for it. I appreciate very much all of the donations that I've received so far. Sorry, confused by chat. I've really appreciated all the donations and subscriptions I've received so far. VOD watchers, if you're regular VOD watchers, please consider subscribing to my Patreon. It's patreon.com/SophieFromMars. Also, just tipping me if you don't want to, give a monthly donation, or if you already do and you want to help me out even more. I really, money is tight. Shit sucks. I really appreciate all of the help people give me. So I am not going to be on Red Planet this week. I'm actually not going to be on next week either, but this week there is no Red Planet publicly. We'll probably go to record a bonus episode. Next week I have an organizing thing and then a film screening afterwards, so I won't be on Red Planet next week, but I will be back at my stream next week on Friday. So I'll see you all on Friday, right back here. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Have a wonderful night. Mwah. Bye!